FaZe clan fully predicted to try to follow through into this bomb site. Jacob's down for the count, and the ninjas in pajamas strike while FaZe can't manage any kind of a comeback. 3-0 start both halves, and only 2 other rounds sprinkled in. Seize the day, NIP. Seize your chances, securing 2 best of 3s at worst to try to progress to stage 2, while everyone in Budapest is left asking, where is FaZe?
NIP secure a very important win over FaZe Clan here and put themselves in a good position for stage 1. Wrinkle, just talk to me about this game where it seemed like you guys were able to take control. You had a good game plan going into this. What the edge to be able to take down FaZe here?
I think Snappy called really good. Like we understood that we can abuse them on B, on T side, and he just called pretty good. Yeah.
Wrinkle, 10 years ago, you asked for my signature at the Starladder event. 3 years ago, I eliminated you from the previous major, last CSGO major actually. Now you're here playing in your debut major, and I'm here not playing it. So how does it feel to go 2-1, especially beating down FaZe, which is like the powerhouse, obviously not in form, but I gotta ask you, best of 3s wait, are you feeling confident?
I think we are pretty confident once anything can happen. I mean, we are 2-1, it's nice, so yeah, let's see.
Let's do it.
I also want to talk about your form a little bit, because in recent times, since the changes have come into NIP, we have not seen the same dominant ring. But now, at least it's a small sample size, just a few maps here, you look to be playing the same way with that same level of confidence. What happened at this point where you dropped down and how have you picked yourself back up?
I mean, just hard times, you know, you need to get through it. It's not the end of the world that you have a bad form or something. Yeah, just keep believing in myself and yeah, it's working.
Keep believing in yourself is very important in everything you do. And do you feel like now you guys have found some comfort with the players you have, the way you're playing, the changes, you know, between having aggressive players and not, and the way you want to get into this?
Yeah, I think we are fine to our style. At first we couldn't, but now it seems pretty good, I would say.
All right, man. Well, congratulations on the win. Thank you very much.
Pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and take down FaZe in the process. 2 sides to this coin. One very ugly for FaZe, the other looking very good for NIP. The fact that FaZe started off both halves 3-0 and NIP was still able to submit this much hurt to them, that's impressive.
It's quite the turnaround considering how the tournament started for NIP. Obviously coming into it as well, they had some issues, you know, fielding a 5-man roster with no stand-ins. So in terms of preparation, you could argue that they didn't have the most clean way heading into the major. Day number 1, game number 1, they lose to a team they're not supposed to lose to. Then game number 2, they win 13-2. You think to yourself, all right, NIP, you can play Counter-Strike. And I think what we saw right here in Overpass, that was a good performance all around. We saw the individuals step up. We saw Kaspersky having a great game. We saw Snappy being very proactive in his calling, very aggressive in the way he was maneuvering the team. So I, for one, was very impressed by NIP, which has been a while.
Absolutely. I mean, I made the point that I thought their T side on Overpass was that good, and then we walked into the green room, and I was like, did I just have a stinker? Are they really going to play that well against FaZe? But in the end of the day, I feel like it was an amalgamation between NIP having a very good game plan. Even Rinko brought it out in the interview that they knew they could have boosted the B-bomb side. We saw Rinko himself with the op a couple times going up short and getting an opening frag onto FaZe. And an amalgamation between that and FaZe just being not FaZe.
Yeah, let's take a look at one specific round, because we touched upon it. FaZe having great starts to both half, winning the pistol, converting on top of that. How did NIP answer back in round 16?
Well, by being the best teams in the buy rounds, by being the best teams in the clutch moments. Again, we have a very, very cool round right here, 16. It's a close one. FaZe wants to get into the B bomb side. They lose the first couple of duels, then they turn it around. Again, Twist having a fantastic showing, backed up by Brokey, backed up by Kerrigan. It's a 1v2. If you're FaZe right here and you want to win this game, you have to convert this clutch. But look how scared they're playing. They had a decent amount of time to reposition. Both of them are unsure what to do. Kaspersky has a good idea where one of the players is. Kerrigan gives up his position to the other one. And this clutch is relatively easy considering the low HP of Brokey and Kerrigan. All I'm saying is a team with confidence, Brokey with confidence, Kerrigan with confidence, wouldn't let it be up to Kaspersky to find both of those duels. They would swing on him together. They would do something proactively. But it's just a sign of FaZe not really feeling it right now.
No, absolutely. And there was a couple of rounds where, let's say, FaZe would be left in a 2v4 or 3v5 and they'd get a couple kills, and they were just sat there thinking, okay, this is the moment. This is where they turn around. This is where finally FaZe will show some of their magic. But then in the closing stages, as you pointed out, NAP was the more clutch team out of the two. And this is not something that we're usually used to seeing. But on the other hand, for NIP, Shush, Kaspersky, phenomenal performances.
I gotta say, you know, and I want to give a bit of credit to Twist. I know Shush played great, Kaspersky played great, but the only player keeping FaZe alive was Twist.
Yeah.
And that's been a reoccurring storyline over and over and over ever since he rejoined FaZe Clan. It's almost, it's hard to believe, right? If you told me that Twist would go back to FaZe Clan and you told me that Twist would be playing some of his best Counter-Strike he's been playing for the past 2 years, and FaZe was struggling even more than when he joined them, it doesn't make any sense, right? He's the only player right now actually living up to what he's supposed to do. Yeah, I know Frozen are sometimes having games where he's doing decently, but overall it's just very puzzling to me to see a FaZe Clan that is struggling on all different fronts. They had 2 weeks of practice leading into this major. They had a boot camp coming into this tournament, and somehow, some way, they seem worse off.
Where does that leave the FaZe taste in your mouth then, considering they move into best of threes, but it is elimination? It's just got to be perfection from here on out if they want to even make it to stage 2, which I can't believe I'm even saying that.
I mean, something has to change, and I'm not sure if there is enough time. I'm not even sure if we're talking about tactical change here. I don't feel like that's the case, because as Jacob just pointed out, Frozen's had back-to-back off maps, and he started off things perfectly. And I think this is, it kind of goes in the opposing way of how usually things are with FaZe. Usually they would start it a little bit slow and then get warmed up, and now we saw a great start, and now things are falling apart.
Well, either way, best of ones are wrapped up for stage 1 at the very least. As we move on to some qualification games, we're going to leave you in the wonderful hands of Sam, Maui, and Devil Walk for Fluxo, taking on FlyQuest, where one team will be progressing onwards to stage 2.
Alright, I'm here with Ins before the 2-0 game. Best of threes await. Pretty much dream start for you so far. Brazilian Slayers. Can I call you that way? Are you going to slay the third one today?
I mean, hopefully. We don't know how it's going to go, but we're confident going into it. We versed them in the Starladder Major as well, and we had a pretty good game against them, so hopefully it goes the same way.
I think that was best of one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I have a question about the game plan and the overall playstyle. In these 2-0 games, I know from playing myself in these games, people tend to be a little bit crazier, and you know, there's no much pressure going on because if you lose, you're still having some games to play with. No backs against the wall. What do you suspect is going to happen in these kind of games? Do you have a different preparation for that?
I think for us, we're just focusing on ourselves. We've been in this situation before, and we kind of put a lot of pressure on ourselves. So it's just about being confident. We're versing Fluxo, obviously. Any team with art is dangerous, and especially they have that very aggressive playstyle individually. So we're always got to be prepared for everything. I think you'll expect a lot of smoke pushes, etc., etc. So we just have to be ready for whatever comes.
About the Vex side, one quick question. After the first day, he was, I think, third most rated, highest rated player on CD side and T side, and on opening duels as well. I want to just ask him, obviously, in-game, he's shooting really well, he's sharp, but you know, the shadow work that he's doing or putting behind the scenes in the theory, is he coming up with a lot of plays himself? Is he reinventing his playstyle according to his own? Or is it something that you or Ezra is also helping with?
I think it's a mix of everything. He's very vocal and he kind of explains what he wants from the team and how he wants to make these plays. But we're also chiming in to try help and support him as much as possible. I think the main thing for him is he's just matured in a really good way. He's for such a young person, he just showed such a high level, and he's going to continue to do that.
Thank you for this and good luck in your best of three.
Appreciate it.
Fluxo have a chance to go 3-0 here at the Budapest Major. Got the Senti with me here. I need to ask you first is, every time you were seeing Stiko, who was behind us, you were pointing at him. He had you 0-3 in the pick'ems. Is there anything you want to say to him and to anyone else who might have picked Fluxo as 0-3?
Just say I always believe on my teammates because we can.
Yeah. And you are proving it right now. You are looking real good as a team. I want to ask you, from going from Imperial to Fluxo between the majors, what is the biggest difference?
I think is the game playing here is different because it's different agile. Vinny play more slow, Art is more reactive, you know, so more flow. And yeah, I think that's it.
Does it make it better for you? Do you play better because of this reactive way?
Hard to say because I like the two game playing. So I think it's hard. Game playing Art is more difficult, but you improve your skill every day because it's reaction game. So yes, I like both games.
So fast changing, so fast you have to react to it. Now looking at this, you've got to take on FlyQuest. This is a team who, them times they've struggled, they have a lot of pressure on them when they've had this 2-0 at the start. For you guys, do you feel the same? Do you feel like you have some pressure, some struggles when you're facing this kind of a game to make it to stage 2?
Yeah, I think we can make the good game against them. So we watching their POVs, so in practice a lot. So yes, that's it. We have a lot of confidence, more confidence. So yes, we can. Trust me.
Trust me. Okay, he said trust me, so I'm going to trust him. Let's go, man.
You're watching the Starladder Budapest Major, and we are moving into the 2-0 brackets here for stage 1. My name is Sam, Maui, Snake, and Devil Walker with me. Gents, before we get into the matchup we're about to see, let's just look at this. Best of threes starting. At the end of today, 2 teams making it through to stage 2. Not a single one of these teams is from Europe. What world are we living in?
The future, Sam. We're living in a bright future, okay? One where global Counter-Strike is actually reaching and punching up against the European hegemony that has, for so long and too long, ruled Counter-Strike.
No, I agree, but you know, there's exciting team that deserve to be here. They've beaten, you know, these European teams on their way to this this place. So you can't really complain because they've done a great job.
For sure, and obviously there's a lot of chatter online where people will bitch about the whole best of one format and say, oh, well, that makes it difficult, whatever. You have to play what's in front of you, and what is in front of you is the best of ones. And these teams that we're about to see, they've done the job. The others have struggled, and that is why Fluxo and FlyQuest are now the conversation we're having.
Yeah, I think if you take Fluxo, for example, they didn't convert any pistols, they didn't get pistol wins, they won straight out on the gun rounds. There's no other way than say that they are a deserving, you know, 2-0 team here, because you can't make it harder for yourself. You can't make it harder for yourself in the best of one than not winning pistols.
I feel like it comes from two different camps. I mean, for the FlyQuest side, it feels like they've brought a lot of new stuff to the table with their whole coach change and everything, whereas Art, on the other side, has always had a very clear philosophy for how he wanted to play BO1s. He's talked about it in the past. He just wants to always be the team that's setting the tempo because you only have such a limited amount of rounds to play with. And you know that Art-led teams, they love to put the pedal to the metal.
Let's focus in now on the team that I think is ultimately the favorite to make it through in this particular matchup. I'm going to call it FlyQuest. The coach change, I don't think it's just that's made this team formidable. What is it about them coming into this major and what we've seen so far that's allowed them to find themselves in this position?
I think there's three key things that I kind of saw yesterday that is huge for me when I see a team going into this. One is that sacrifice for each other. They put themselves in risky positions that maybe elevates their teammates' position and gives them a higher percentage win chance in the round. The other thing is communication seems on point. They're not surprised. They're not, you know, caught off guard in many occasions. They seem to have that on point. And the other thing is calmness. In these chaotic situations, they're willing to freeze, reassess the situations, and find the ideas and be creative about solutions in the mid-round.
And the way that all manifests itself for what FlyQuest accomplished yesterday is that versus Imperial, versus Legacy, they didn't drop a single round where they had an economic advantage. The entire 2 BO1s that they played, every time they had more money in the server, they won. And that's something that I never would have been able to say about FlyQuest in previous seasons. They usually lose the dumbest rounds. Like, I'm gonna be real, like, Australian fans definitely have just, it's a trigger warning when you're watching them on an anti-eco, okay? Because you used to just see them crumble in the dumbest ways, but now it just feels like everything's so much more outlined. And I feel like what Devilwalk says is definitely embodied by what Azure brought to the table and how the results played out.
I know it's not the player everyone wants to focus on, but damn it, I'm excited for him, so we're going to focus on it. JKS's redemption arc, because I feel like after G2, then the Liquid, now he's going back to Australia. Some would go, oh, well, that's the end, right? It's a step back. And I feel like now this is his opportunity to stand up and show the middle finger to everyone, and I kind of want that for JKS. I want to see them go far in this major.
Yeah, I think JKS especially has been really good on these like T-side lurks. He's made sure that he's clearing positions when the group is getting focused. He's really gained them that extra level where when they slow down and they take the pacing, they give space to JKS where he can actually go and make these moves. And the synergy and how they complement each other is just great at the moment.
And he's just a voice that they needed as well. Talking to some of the FlyQuest management about what Justin brought to them, he's the guy that says, we're doing things this way, but we should be doing it that way. And so he's bringing a level of professionalism that not all of them have really touched in the past.
We're about to see the video. We haven't even had a chance to speak about Fluxo, which is a problem because I do actually think that is the conversation around Fluxo coming into this, was maybe no one really had a chance to see them in the 2-0. It wasn't even a thought that crossed our mind.
Yeah, I think the veto especially it's interesting because you and me, we had a conversation. We thought it was going to be probably an ancient pick from Fluxo because it's a comfort map. It's something that we haven't seen a lot of reps from FlyQuest. But they actually tend to go for an overpass pick here. And obviously on the Inferno part of FlyQuest, they looked super comfortable yesterday. That's where I really saw all of these key moments where they were calm. They had always that plan B, so to speak. They wouldn't all in into rounds. And yeah, Train, I think, just a map that both teams are very comfortable on.
What do we like about Fluxo?
So far with Fluxo, my favorite part of watching them dismantle the teams that they did yesterday was variety. I was very impressed, especially on their Train, so we'll maybe see it in the decider there, of how they had fast-paced plays, they had slower defaults, and when one doesn't work, they just switch back to the other. So I like that Art has been playing a very pragmatic style, or calling a pragmatic style, where if he recognizes one weakness in what his team is doing, he doesn't try to fix it with a little tweak, he just throws it out the window and says, we're gonna just go back to this other completely different plan.
As much as we're talking up Fluxo, I'm under the impression everyone here, if they were to make a prediction, is feeling pretty confident that FlyQuest is making it to stage 2 of the major.
I think so, yeah. I think they're going to 3-0. I think they should be the dominant team here. I do think that Overpass could be a little bit. It depends very much on Fluxo's T-side start, because obviously I hope FlyQuest picks CT and make it difficult for them. But yeah, I'm going to say FlyQuest for sure.
It's time. We're getting into this. We're going to find out who's making it to stage 2. Sponge and Machine are ready to take us into game.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, a 2-0 affair winner off to the second stage of the major, and very few put that FlyQuest team as a 3-0 in their pick'ems. However, I'm casting beside one of those few.
I think there's been about 6 other people
yes,
in the whole world, and they're probably awake right now at 3:30 in the morning down there in Australia. But let's get this one underway, shall we? Fluxo, T-side, JKS, a defender. He is under a lot of scrutiny early.
He's going to be able to fall back. That's the bomb that's shooting at him. He's going to confirm multiple bodies and then dip. So no casualties to start us off.
No, they're quite quick. Arch is making headway straight in towards the side. Look at this pace.
Yeah, already going to be able to get towards that truck. Spotted by the bank player. It's actually Regali that does remove the first head. Art goes down. It's a good trade back from Kai. It should enable that bomb to be scooped up, but no, Regali's got the sideline on that cross. He's just hanging around in bank. His position noted. Flash turn. Regali! A nasty 3K. That third one is especially potent. The Kowsi's working on this round-the-world maneuver, and it has caught Inns off guard. Regali now taken down as well by Decent. Just the two. Fnatic and JKS, some of the harder hitters. Decent up against them. And the pressure applied to the T side. The bomb is loose on that truck position.
Yeah, that was Ardent first, wasn't it? So it spilled out, and now you want to take this duel together if you're Fnatic and JKS. How close do you want to let him get?
Okay, well, confirmation he hasn't moved too far.
You really want to... Whoa, okay, I was going to say let him come into the den, but Fnatic swings out. He's had enough of that, and a nice shot from him. Going to be a good start off of the anchor as Regali. That's the highlight of that one. It's the AWP player for FlyQuest, the import. Feels like an Australian core can't be good without a European in the mix, and let's see, it has been an awfully long time since an Aussie core has progressed in a major. Go back to the last Starladder back in Berlin, 2019. They made it all the way to the semi-final. That's when JKS and Azza were alongside each other in the server. Azza now behind them as the coach.
Our betting partner.
All right. Well, it is going to be a eco. Very light level of investment coming through. Decent's got himself out a P250 at deal in the hands of Art. And this would be a great opportunity for us to talk about the positions you could be expecting throughout this first map of the best of 3. The T side, map pick of Fluxo. We having your connector player of Kai. People might remember him from Academy roster once upon a time. Obviously, we know of Zevi, used to play alongside of Skulls, and then Art still trying to reclaim some of that glory that he had once upon a time in Furia. So 2 newer additions, the Kowsi and Decent. Back in the first season of the year, they were on 2 different teams, MIBR as well as Imperial, so they've come together, and this Fluxo team is already surprised.
Yeah, surprised indeed. I mean, big European scalps in stage 1. Fnatic and Gamer Legion, both of those would have been in my kind of potent EU squadron, and that's a big headshot from Art.
That is massive. So the fact that with this very limited investment, they've been able to grab 1 kill. Regali, the hero of the last down early, maybe they can scavenge back that M4 into be the rotator on this CT side. Would love to get away from the MP9 into that. So this round, it still shouldn't be too dicey. I understand you've given over an opener, but you're only dealing with those limited investments of the P250 and the Deagle. Have to be players from FlyQuest getting caught off guard, blindsided. Not going to get across to that gun. JKS tucks in towards truck. The B defense of Vexai and Netic stays put.
Okay, yeah, confirmation of commitment. JKS readies himself. Quick flick up, does track him nicely. And just a lovely massacre. Just the one to fall. Zevi goes down an extra 600 bucks for ins, and so yeah, weathering the storm. Regali probably just a little sigh of relief. You know, you've already had a nice impactful pistol. You don't want to feel like you've just given away all that impact by giving away an opening.
Yeah, so they get that back, and now we'll be getting into the guns. JKS is just disconnected from the server, so slight tech issue that will need to be resolved here. So talking about the T side kind of map control that we're going to be talking about, Zevi is the AWPer, right? So likely more often going to be over towards A as well as connector. That's a little bit more meta at the moment thanks to Molodoy. Lukowski is going to be part of that, and then Art will be part of that pack, right? So if we're doing a standard 3-1-1 on overpass, expect to see those three together. Kai will be in through connector, and then Decent as that B lurk. The CT side setup, we just discussed it, but just to reiterate, since the changes that Azza has made within the team in terms of map pool and positions, Netic has been made an anchor. So he'll be anchoring the B bomb site. He'll be dealing with the monster pipe. Vexite will be his short player. Inns, the in-game leader, will be the rotator. JKS becomes the A rifler, right? And this is a position that is traditionally a star spot, and there's no reason that JKS can't fulfill that, but people tend to assign him to the anchor role. But if you think about it, right, you're kind of on your own in a bunch of different positions in a lot of scenarios. Sure, sometimes you have a combo set up with an AWPer or your rotating rifler, but you sit and you deliver, hopefully, a multi-kill. So JKS being given the freedom to play that alongside a Regali over towards A, and that's the CT setup that we can expect.
But also that A rifler, it's all about your read of the game. I feel like JKS, as far as experience is concerned, you know, he's right up there with the very best. And so having that freedom, I imagine there's a world where he really thrives within it. I will say it was a little alarming when I opened up hltv.org and I looked at the overpass statistics. Very few on record, a 25% win rate, but I presume there's a lot of context that is necessary to sprinkle on top of that.
Yeah, I think if you look at the PGL Bucharest results, right, that's after these changes just come in, and the teams that they were playing over there, no slouches, right? We've got Gamer Legion in the mix alongside of Legacy. Now, they beat Legacy here, and Gamer Legion lost to Fluxo here. So names that we're familiar with. If you go back to Draculan, a little bit different, right? That's before the position changes came in. And for Fluxo on the other side, a lot of their wins are domestic, and a few of them have been with Mulzen, who was their player last season. He's their sixth man this season as we get underway with the first rifle round.
A little bit of a fumble on the HE. There was potential damage, now squandered. Look how he lives.
This is quick pressure, right? The fact that they've already got this connector control, they've applied pressure towards the A defense. It's forced the rejig of JKS and Regali. JKS now goes back towards long. Regali playing sign in sight. And Vexite looking for some space. He was massive yesterday for the team. Let's see if he can continue that fine form today in stage one.
Yeah, and Inns with some high praise in the pre-match interview as well, just talking about his development and growth as an individual and player.
This is a quick rejig. If they flash over for short or just head through that monster pipe, they are going to have some B space to work with. Netic going back to address it now. This B bomb site quite weak. If Inns doesn't get here soon, they could be breached.
Yeah, they're ahead of the timing. Netic's got an awful lot of work to do, and only an MP9 to do it. Okay, is that smoke something you can work with? No, actually just chooses to engage. Lucky to be alive. A little burst finds the head of Kai. Inns lives on, traded out.
TK.
It's a TK that actually counts as the trade. So Zevi, a little bit of collateral damage onto a teammate. They have that advantage. Not clearing is Likowski. Problematic for the 2v2. The smoke on the bridge is going to buy so much time for Zevi. He's actually just chosen to park the bus. Progression in from Regali, partnered up now. JKS just behind. In tow, spams away, actually does some damage there, connects, and Regali with a one-tap. Crazy through the boards, it's gonna be a FlyQuest win.
Okay, well, the damage done by JKS, they're finished off. That one looked a little bit silly. There was a kit on the ground right in front, so no sweat on the brow, and they handle business. Very well done, as this will be 3-0, no dramas for the Aussies.
I thought Zevi was behind cover. How's JKS managed to get like 25 damage on
the
him?
Middle of those boxes.
Just through the gap?
Yeah, right, so you can get some spam through. And
I thought that was an AWP exclusive, okay.
The rifle can do a little bit of damage through there as well.
Okay, so first gun round passed for FlyQuest. We'll see this quick flick, it looks a bit crazy.
Behind the smoke there as well, so either way, JKS, nice shot onto Decent. And that plant does facilitate a few more investments. There's a hero AK in the hands of Decent. The rest are going to be in with Tech 9s. I don't look to be rush.
It's straight up the guts. Yeah, Decent. Oh, that was the rifle! Doesn't matter if Vexite and Netic collapse. They were stacked on top of each other. And Likowski, double entry, has put Inns on the back foot. Now a barrage of nades into the back of the bomb site. They're flooding in. Bomb goes down, uncontestable. Indecision on the retake, smoking short. Molly's sight, progress forward. It's Likowski with that recovered AK as well. Two rifles in the mix, and just two of those Tech 9s. Art's done nothing with his. Kowsey needs to find that trade, does so with precision. JKS claws back. 2-on-2 progressing, but time is of the essence. Kits are present. With his nade out, Regali. Awkward now for JKS, almost unwinnable. Hang on.
Sit it. Oh no.
He doesn't choose to sit it. He hopes he gets panicking.
Oh, no.
He's not dead, and I don't think there's time.
This is going to be close.
JKS, he's not sure. He's not sure.
Oh!
And he's done it! Just in time
He
from
didn't think he had it at all. Yeah, he looked like he was a bit remiss with himself there in that situation. That one is going to be a buzzer beater right down to the wire. They get away with that. Just the lineup that gives them away here. JKS gets the kill on the Sevi, fakes it, thinks he has the kill, back to the USP, headshot comes in and just in the nick of time.
If it was not that first bullet, if it was not that instant USB headshot, and look how close it came down to. No one on FlyQuest knew that was theirs.
Okay, well, Inns and Azza, they like the way that one feels, but remember, that was just the partial. We're back in with the guns now. Zevi has his AWP.
Okay, that's an interesting volley. Limits JKS's aggressive contributions, but you want to talk about aggressive. How's that from Regali?
They just passed that one in. Now he can just back off. They can play the number advantage. This is a miserable start for Fluxo into this rifle round. Decent wants to make a play.
He's gone fishing. Netic on the barrel position. Vexite holding nade for reaction off info. Inns a jump audio cue heard from Decent.
That's huge, right? He's going to be able to monitor the rotation to potentially help Art isolate what the next call will be. Or if he finds a gap, gets a timing, he can pounce into action. JKS and Regali have doubled up in toilet, so the gap is long, but Fluxo are not to know that. That's where the AWP found that opening pick. So going through the motions, they need to clear out connector, right? This is going to be very tough to be able to rotate between the sides if you don't have that, and this is when we're talking about a number disadvantage so early. It's already hard on the T side of this map. And I feel for Fluxo to pick this. Hold up. We'll get to that in a second. Regali looking like he wants to re-aggress.
Oh, he's in the right place once more. Regali's had a fantastic start to overpass.
This might just force them into B, or even the horrible option of a save. I know it doesn't feel like...
no, it gives you that Listerine face just talking about it.
This is it. This is overpass. And I want to kind of dial back in on it again. Maybe they do regroup and hit B, but 25 seconds, maybe, maybe not. This doesn't feel like the type of map where Art is going to be able to be as chaotic as what he would be on, say, like Ancient, for example.
Even a nuke, right? We've seen stuff like that.
I think the key problem for Fluxo in this matchup, as Decent gets dealt with by Inns, is that FlyQuest this season have changed their ban. It was nuke. They were, I think it was like 8 in a row loss or even 10 in a row losses on the map, and it was like, okay, they need to change, right? As it comes in, they move away from nuke, they bring train into the map pool. So for Fluxo, they would have likely picked it within this series, but there's no way they can because it's getting removed. So FlyQuest get a leg up there in the veto, and a 5-0 up to start. This is looking comfortable. Sure, clutches, a couple of tighter moments, but all in all, doesn't change the status quo of this moment. No tactical timeout to be called by Tacitus just yet. This is the opener, and essentially the closer of the round, isn't it? Just parks up on another angle with the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, a demonstration of why the AWP is seen. AWPing on CT side overpass is seen as, you know, the most comfortable and most impactful of the positions. JKS is actually going to elect to go forward of this. Now, playground and flashbangs, he could be caught. He is! Good combination there from the Kowsey. Zevi's flash as well in support.
What's the response from FlyQuest? They try and push over towards B, take some space back. Vexite takes short control. Netic is going to rotate, and Regali playing aggressive behind his own smoke, wants to find an angle, but a quick rotation called from Art. He doesn't want to slow this one down whatsoever. A missed monster smoke, that is going to dissuade them whatsoever. If anything, it's a bit of an invitation.
But Vexite looks like he's playing relatively forward on this short angle. If they do go in through monster, sure, their bomb will be planted, but is there room
They don't know they missed the monster smoke. So, like, Vexite thinks that they're going to be blocked for at least another 10 seconds. Now he knows.
They realize it's a little too quiet.
They got to find Lakowsy.
Yeah, and actually they've managed to find Vexite as well. Simultaneously, Inns meets his demise at the hands of Lakowsy. Bomb going down and looking good for a Fluxo round.
Look, Lakowsy is just continuing to search forward on A, so Netic is just chasing Ghost right now. This round is done, just off of the virtue of Lakowsy being the loose piece. So good rotation, missed smoke, unforced error from FlyQuest does allow a free passage. This will be the frag. No, it won't. Netic, you've overcooked the pooch there, mate. I don't know if he was considering going for a knife.
That is the only explanation.
And even still, it's like still you have decent finances, so I'm not quite sure that that's the choice that he should have been going for. Now Regali might even lose the AWP because Netic could have been a bodyguard of part of this. pressure, grabs another, but might be running to his demise. Oh, okay, he's picked up the AK. I guess someone else can drop him an AWP, right? You can't buy that on the CT side, so JKS can facilitate. Oh, I think that's an ugly decision there. I think Regali's felt that he's under so much pressure that he was going to get hunted, that if he had the AWP, he was a dead man for sure. But in this situation, it means that JKS has to drop him one. Fortunately, can get donated a lot of utility, but JKS gives away the opener, and then it just falls apart from there. Right now, they're going to start heavy towards A. This might be a bit more friction. Our official betting partner. So 1-2-2 right now. Regali up to bat again.
Yeah, he's nailed it there. That's what you want, the AWP in his hands. An opening kill from Regali, and not the first. JKS has immediately dispatched of Lakauzi as well. Okay, Fluxo, I mean, we can't be looking at a 70, 80-second save, so
whoever's throwing this,
hang on
we
a
might
second.
need a marker on. Yeah, that's been missed twice now in consecutive rounds. This is starting to become a little bit of an issue.
Okay.
Rotation's on the way.
Netic's feeling a lot of pressure. That's a good smoke, though. You can see it gives him a lot of freedom.
Oh, catch that.
Ouch! Sent to the Shadow Realm by the HG. Still that man advantage, but for how long? That is the question. Not in any rush, are they? Zevi and Art, good chunky nade actually. Art thus takes it as an invitation, removes the head of Ins and will plant in the smoke. Vexite has a position to play around this. Planted, Mantles up, a missed shot from the Zevi AWP. Off the bomb position, noted, bullets through the smoke. Vexite, that's good output, decent in the clutch though. It's a one-on-one. Regali, he opened up this round, and now he has the opportunity to close it on that tight line. Regali delivers for FlyQuest time after time.
He can get a bit nervy, Regali, so it's a very, very positive sign right now to see him hitting these shots, ones that you need to as an AWP player. So just locking him down, not allowing them to overstep the mark. And I love that from Fluxo. They just get in towards that channel out monster, and they hit the brakes. They know that the fights are going to come their way. Art does a very good job here at making these incisions. The nade onto Netic, the frag as well. And from there, it feels like they give themselves an opportunity. Decent makes it interesting, but another round now at 6-1. B-Rush is looking very fast, at least Poppy.
They've got the flashes ready. JKS has it cocked. Netic up close with the MP9. May be able to play anti-flash as well if they were to try and pop through the monster pipe. A little premature on that HE grenade. Still 20 damage dealt. Oh, they're making a move. Bit of a team nade. Netic with one. Vexite as well. It's kept level. Flash is just chained together. Look at Ins pushing in. He wants to fight. He wants to brawl. Double kill. It's all three. Ins farming him up. FlyQuest soaring towards a CT haul. Now, I'll remind you, this is a 2-0 game, and FlyQuest have been in them before.
I think there's a different flavor to the team this time around. In the past, they were definitely punchy underdogs. I think a lot of people have been sleeping on them just because, like, you think about the Draculan result, the type of teams they were losing to, Basement Boys, Gen 1. It doesn't really fill anybody with confidence, but I think if people were paying attention to the type of Counter-Strike they were playing in Bucharest, there are some clear changes within this team. It's no longer so shaky against the 4 spies, those rounds that they should be converting, they are. And they're even having the clutch factor. So, new coach in the FlyQuest realms has definitely put the pieces in the right place. But this is overpass. Sure, 7 rounds is good, but Fluxo, if they can get 3 with once they get over to the CT side. Bit of a jab there from the crowd towards the Brazilians, and that's all FlyQuest have been playing throughout.
Yeah.
Legacy, Imperial, and now Fluxo.
And if we're here to, you know, we're dismissing Fluxo's win streak because it's against Brazilian teams, what do we say about FlyQuest?
Right, so I think FlyQuest would love to get a little bit of revenge against Brazilian teams. Right? Multiple times I remember watching MIBR eliminate them from tournaments.
A team Lakauzi decided he wanted to depart.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? MIBR will be coming up in stage 2. They've got 2 imports, Klim and Kick It over there, alongside of Insani and co.
They're really fishing for this Regali frag, and he's on the line. Ah, it goes down. Regali, the perpetual opener.
He's
so
been
far.
great. Yeah, he's 11-3. This is fantastic work from the Romanian. I think when you look at the last two majors, FlyQuest being 2-0 up in the best of ones and the best of threes being the bane of their existence, they're definitely more confident within their map pool. And the fact that this is their opponent's map choice, I think FlyQuest should be feeling they took the veto elsewhere, but it's too little too late as Regali grabs another. Now Inns is just going to be set up for success. Another multi-kill, but not to be the triple. Lukowski to dart away and hold on to this, but they know exactly where he is. They're going to bear down on his position. If anything, right now you'd be screaming, take him after time.
And as the time runs down,
Perfect.
JKS finds him. Lukowski, that's going to really put a dent in the finances as well. He only had, what, 2,300 in the bank account.
Might be down to a Tech 9 or hoping he gets a drop from Art. Tactical timeout called. Tacitus, coach, birthday boy on the mic. Let's see if he's got something to add to this conversation, because 8-1 and just how quick a lot of these rounds have been. There's a couple of moments that have been close, but really it's been FlyQuest having their way with the Brazilians. And then we move into their map choice coming up next of Inferno. So there's a lot of confidence as Azza gets his opportunity to get on the mic as well. No real need to change up too much. What they're doing is great. I think the advice would be, hey, let's not overstep the mark too much, right? We're playing with confidence. We're hitting our shots. Let's not give them away into this map.
But with FlyQuest as well, the amount of times it's looked like this, you know, I'm not here to count any chickens before they hatch.
No, that's fair. I think that is a definite concern, and one for this man on the screen as well, right? Inns, this is his 7th major. He's played at majors with Renegades, Greyhound, and FlyQuest. This is his 3rd outing in the FlyQuest jersey, and he hasn't progressed a single time, whether that's Challenger stage, whether that's Stage 1. So this is a long time coming for Inns, the captain and in-game leader of this squad.
Well, he's got more muscle than he's ever had before on this roster.
Yeah, and I think that's a reason that they've definitely put him back in the in-game leadership chair. Dexter was there for a stint. This is a complete new complexion, and picking up Medic, the next generation. Let's not confuse him with an Australian. He is a New Zealander. They're flying the flag.
We're seeing some overpass T-side protocols on display from Fluxo. Regali Zorp not going to get all of the free openings. A nice molly for Divider.
The problem is they have no connector control, right? So at this moment, you are going to be able to start rotating away some of your B defenders, and this activation could come in from JKS as you're setting up the execute. So if you don't clear it out, you'll be rumbled regardless.
He lies in wait, does JKS. 10 kills deep already. Decent. Oh, nice headshot. Aware of the possibility. Does he overlook a second? Yes, he does. Vexite, the double up works out wonderfully. He'll scavenge the AK and retreat. Regali, some active AWP pushing. Art can't quite believe it. A taste of his own medicine, and it's sour.
Kai's behind him, though.
Yeah, he's going to go down here. Nice find. Inns, however, got a lot on his plate. Nice find from Zevi. Netic has slipped through towards the dice box. It looks like Zevi was considering it, but no, in his blind spot. Pressed his eye to the scope, and so Kai. A clutch, just to get Fluxo's juices flowing. He gets the first piece, and now for a plant. Vexite up against him, and a fake that could cost him here. Vexite's quick with it. You see that death POV, instantaneous deletion for the 9th FlyQuest round. They are racking them up.
There's been a couple now that have gone down to the wire, right? But every time FlyQuest are the ones with the number advantage, so it's not like they're having to play from behind other than that JKS one on that B site. So sure, they're getting close, but if you haven't broken through yet, you've only got 2 more opportunities to get that 9-3, and that's to keep your head above water. You can see how annoying it is when you don't have the full map control, you don't have con control, you haven't pushed them back from long and bathrooms. They're just thorns in your side, just these weeds growing across the overpass right now. FlyQuest making your life a living hell.
I mean, look at this. No, knives out, running through connector with that X9. Is going to go for the spam. He can't catch a break. Oh, brought down this time by the wall bang. That one's going to sting. And now a dink onto the rifle. Oh dear, Kai's bell rung. Might want to throw that AK over to someone healthy. Yeah, Lukowski gifted that. He starts to probe towards the B short. Smoke on Monster won't last forever. In fact, you can see it there fading shortly, but we'll replenish it, and we'll frank him out. Okay, 5 alive from FlyQuest, nothing for Lukowski here. It's just overwhelming. Him, hang on, he's just in for a lovely triple. Lukowski gives it a quick reminder of what he's capable of.
Yeah, they have a couple of moments where you go, okay, these guys can shoot. They've all had a little, say, spurt of flash, but really, it doesn't really cost them anything.
Yeah, it's just that, I mean, logically sound from FlyQuest is if we all swing, he can't kill us all, but he kind of nearly did.
Inch just peppering away through the boards.
Where's the second one? Here it comes.
Yeah, just 2 wallbacks, right? And walking into it, Kai goes down as well, so Inns couldn't be easier, as opening kills have been one of the factors that FlyQuest have been dominating so far. Let's see if they can make it 11-1 on the half.
JKS on a walkabout. Same for Vexite. Oh, he's so good. Vexite is looking the best I've ever seen him.
The comfort of that setup, right? At the moment, FlyQuest, they're not playing as individuals, they're playing as a team, and then the individuals get to thrive, right? You know that your connector's covered, you know that the boys have got your back, you know that they're going to swing with you as Netic takes down Art, and it's just Zevi and Lakauzi. This is looking set for that 11-1 scoreline.
I mean, when you are so tantalizingly close to the next stage of the major for Fluxo, this is going to really take the wind out of your sails.
Especially with the scalps that you took down of Gamer Legion and Fnatic,
exactly.
Right? You would think, coming into this event, most people would put those teams ahead of FlyQuest. Fnatic, we could have an argument about if you want, but either way, this one will just simmer, so going to be plenty of time to talk through this with 40 seconds and a 1v5. Lakauzi, same position from the last round, noted now, and they'll just box him in. This is the type of Counter-Strike that Azza, the coach behind them, will be proud of. It's not just an individual performance, the team getting the job done. FlyQuest 2-0, they've been here before, but this is dominance against Fluxo, 11-1 against your opponent's map choice. We will be right back.
Back underway, Overpass, second half. First map of this best of 3. And it is for a spot in the second stage, the Starladder Budapest Major.
It's a non-starter, isn't it?
I mean, this is not what I was expecting when I saw Fluxo flying through the best of ones as confidently as they did. I thought we'd see some resistance. Admittedly, sure, T-side Overpass, but you picked this.
They have a good stack right now for the pistol. What's the timer on the go from FlyQuest? You can see the util at the ready. Inns and Netic are going to throw that. The pack of Kevlar, Regali, JKS, and Vex, I need to find the frags.
Yeah, I mean, they flashed, they swung, they had all the right pieces in the right places, but it's Vexite's bullet that connects. It's a nice one back from Kai. Zevi playing around that short smoke. There's so many bodies here. This could get messy. Lukowski behind them. They're clearing through. Glock connects, but Lukowski does too. Double on the USP. Can't track Regali. FlyQuest take the pistol. You want to talk about non-starter. That pistol practically condemns them to a 13-1.
Yeah, and a great performance from Regali here, 17 kills. It's a team effort, right? They're not able to pull off any of these maneuvers without one another, but Regali's been hitting the shots, so this is just absolute domination. And for this to be your map pick, you need to hope that the mental of FlyQuest is absolutely rubbish going into the next map of play. I think it'll be a closer affair, but right now, you are just getting ragdolled.
The mental of FlyQuest, after a 13-1, I'm not sure it's going to be in the bin.
It's more about the fact that Inns and Vexite have been here before a couple of times. Regali and Netic were alongside at the Blast TV Austin Major, where they were also 2-0 up.
Something to be said about Art's position. Never mind, actually. Netic makes light work of his aggressive maneuver.
So that's where my query comes in, right? Is that not, are we worried about our opponent? No. Is the moment something that we're going to crumble in front of?
Right, and if I was the mental coach of FlyQuest, I'd do everything to distract them from even thinking about that for a moment.
I don't know if they have one, so you could be the guy.
I'm in. You know, I'm talking like I'll do a clown show.
Okay.
I'll get some card tricks out. Anything to stop them from thinking about what this map means, you know?
Sure. But that's from the interviews we've heard from this team time and time again, we're just taking it match at a time, right? And this is something where I think in terms of their expectations, it sounded like stage 3 was where they want to be, but knowing that, look, you're not going to get there if your focus is off. And right now, just looking to putt in this 5v4 advantage.
All right, well, this is where Counter-Strike teams dream of getting that opening pick untraded and then finishing off together. We're starting to see it looking to take shape. Diesel would have to step up and deliver. Just the two. Here comes Lukowski. Empty hands on the farmer. Sevi, however, racks him up.
Another 1v1.
Yeah, puts him into the clutch. Mr. Potter versus Zevi.
Bomb has been planted.
Mac-10 versus Scout. Zevi elects to go heaven. Oh, what? At range, the Mac-10 wins it.
You can't spell wins without ins, and that right there is going to feel great for the in-game leader. He's been here before a couple of times, but that level of domination, they are just one map away from progressing to stage 2 of the Major.
I felt a bit nervous, but also excited to set up because I realized it's another major I get to play. And this time we are more prepared. I am more prepared. I'm matured a little bit. I wanted to prove to myself that we can go further in the tournament.
I would say like the vibe for the team is in the right spot where everybody's competitive. You don't see a lot of crying, a lot of complainings. Sometimes here and there, but overall we're really focused on playing the best we can and doing the right stuff.
I trust all my teammates, you know? We have confidence. We're gonna win, trust me. I told you.
It was chaotic because both of the games we were not thinking they would choose these maps. We just played with our own game plan, not based on anti-strats or anything. We just played with good communication and confidence. I think the mood and energy today was 10 out of 10, I would say. We came back in one game, and one game we were dominating. So it showed a good resilience today and great mindset from everyone.
When I feel comfortable with the team, like they're all understanding what they should be doing and doing the right things, gets more weight out of me so I can focus on my game. Everything is flowing, they're doing great stuff on A, they can take control of the map, and they're rotating, they're communicating, so I feel comfortable doing my own stuff and focusing on all my games, so that's a big part of it.
Just qualifying to stage 2, it would be great. Before I used to say this is our goal, but slowly seeing ourselves, how we play, I'm thinking stage 3 might be the goal.
We have some personal vendetta, I would say, against them, because last major and we got wrecked on the first match with Excite. He played very confidently and he breaks so many strats for us, so there's some personal vendetta for us against them.
Just have fun on the server and let's hope we will have a great match.
So we know how they can be a dangerous team, they can snowball, they can play very loose, they can play as a unit if they want. You can come and fight for us for space, we're gonna be there ready for it, we're gonna fight you.
You heard Regardie there in the interview saying that they just want to have fun, and I can't think of anything more fun at a major than beating your opponent on their map 13-1.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge risk in first picking an overpass going into this. You have to rely on your T sides, you have to get a lot of after plants. To be fair, they did get a couple in the beginning, so the start wasn't as bad as it looks. But if you actually look at it, the only round they got was when FlyQuest overcommitted in aggression over on that fountains area, and Fluxo could punish. And after that, it was literally everything under control for FlyQuest.
That was some of the most composed gameplay I have seen from FlyQuest, even though some of the rounds got a little bit messy, even though some of the late rounds got a little bit hairy in terms of how close they were, 1v1s, 2v2s, but it always felt like they were the ones that were in control. If you took the nameplates off, I would have probably thought that this would have been the gameplay of FaZe throughout the tournament. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but we could be celebrating the fact that FlyQuest look like they are just a different team than what I am used to 3+ months ago.
What I love about majors is there's always that one team that comes up, and it's like the underdog from a region you don't expect, and you kind of all put your hopes and dreams on them. It was Mongols in the past. I watched that map and started going, I'm an Aussie believer. That's what that made me feel like. It looks really good in the server.
Yeah, and it's these small, minute details that you see that they trust each other, they're not confused about situations, and they're just, yeah, just moving as a unit. And I think it just is signs of a team that's growing and coming into their own self in a way. And I think, yeah, everything just looks great from my opinion, and just, yeah, I hope to see more of FlyQuest.
The visual difference in them now versus 6 months ago last season was sometimes you'd get into these kind of 2v2, 3v3s, and someone just makes a bad peek. But it felt like this time around, they were just ready for everything that Fluxo wanted to do, and they could also just break down situations so cleanly. So whatever Azur did, I don't know, his Sprout tenure was extremely tenuous, and it was also kind of sad, if I'm being real, because his teammates knew the meta of CS better than he did, and now he's coming into this team, and he looks like whatever crash course he gave to this team, I want to take it. Like, I need to know what information and wisdom he bestowed upon everybody on FlyQuest.
I think he had the pieces. He's just found a way to get them activated. What do we like about their overpass specifically?
I mean, I think it's just keeping the composure, making sure they're always trying to claw their way into the rounds. We didn't get to see much of their T side. It was essentially, you know.
I wish I could say on that side of the map, yeah. Just a good pistol round,
yeah,
I guess.
good pistol round. Good conversion.
Yeah,
but other than that, you know, it's just they seem to know what to expect from Fluxo. I think once they adjusted from the early gameplay, they put a little bit extra focus on that monster area, shut it down, and just gain the money control. And then it becomes really hard, because what options does Fluxo actually have? They can default towards A against Regali's OP and JKS, who was beasting in this game. So they could just only really hit B at that point, because you need to be very structured, and Fluxo to me is not a very structured team to be able to default on A.
No, not quite enough. Looking at Fluxo before that game on their overpass, they do just tend to spam the B hits. So I'd say good initiative from the guys that were on the site to also get into the short water area a lot of the time. Just made sure that in any kind of post plan, it was never comfortable for Fluxo. On top of that, we have to talk about the retakes, okay? Like, this is where things just got so ridiculous in that rounds are very hard to come by on the T side of overpass. And so when you have these opportunities as Fluxo and you just lose control of them because of the patience of Regali, the patience of JKS, the way they're able to tether off of each other and just honestly hit some great shots too, this is really where, even though it was early in the half, this was where there was any spark just completely snuffed out for the Fluxo side.
Obviously, when you're taking a look at a performance like a sort of scoreline like this, we were just going to become the FlyQuest fangirls, right? So let's swap it over now. We're moving on to another map. What does Fluxo have to change as they move into Inferno if they want to equalize the series?
Wow, that's a really tough one, because, I mean, I personally think they just need to be able to get entries, get control, but there's very little things that actually, for me, are telling that Fluxo is going to be able to win on Inferno, because FlyQuest looked super comfortable on Inferno yesterday. I thought that's where they play their best Counter-Strike, so I don't have a lot of hope and a lot of things that I could say that will change this outcome for Fluxo.
No, I've seen enough, Sam. Fluxo, they're inheriting the FlyQuest curse, okay? Fluxo, 2 majors in a row, 2-0 start, and 2-3. I'm calling it now. That's happening to Fluxo, okay?
You just put that on them?
Yeah, I'm calling it now. This will definitely not blow up in my face, I'm sure.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Maui. You've gone, okay, cool. They're currently playing to try and qualify for stage 2, and you're like,
I know what I'm looking at.
They're not even
I know what I'm looking at, okay?
Wow.
It's not going to get any easier. This was their chance, and they've already messed up their map pick, and I'm going to say, I mean, I agree with Devil Walk on the Inferno side. I think FlyQuest really polished on that side.
Okay, let's focusing really quickly on FlyQuest. You mentioned that you liked what you saw on Inferno. What was it that you liked from them?
I mean, I mentioned earlier, it's the calmness in the chaos. It's the willing to sacrifice yourself and put your teammates in better positions. And I think the communication, just from an eye test, looks great. They seem to not be panicking, you know, and have everything under control. It's just that whole package just makes it seems like what is Fluxo going to throw at them? It's going to be chaos, but they seem to be able to, you know, rely on each other and work their way out of it.
Who are you keeping an eye on in this one? Which player?
I feel like, I mean, highest rated CT player for Fluxo last few months on Inferno is Zevi, so a lot of it obviously is going to come down to him. But man, I just feel like FlyQuest are so thorough. Like, the way they dismantled Imperial yesterday, it felt like even when there was decent counter utility coming their way, they were always ready with a guy that was anti-flash. They never were just fully sending it where they just ate a nade in the face, they ate a flashbang. So I feel like they're so prepared for all of these little tricks that Fluxo are going to want to throw their way. So yeah, it kind of has to be Zevi if you need any kind of X factor here for Fluxo and for me to believe.
It kind of feels like you're leaning towards the FlyQuest 2-0. I mean, that's what I'm getting from here.
100%.
What world did you imagine the Southern Hemisphere, that's going to be the place that the first team qualifies? And it's not even from Brazil, it's from Australia. damn! Sponge is probably celebrating already, but there is one more map. One more map.
Whether he's celebrating or not, I think the adage goes, don't count your chickens until they hatch. Yes, indeed, our analyst desk seems convinced. However, I imagine, Chad, you're going to approach this with bated breath.
Yeah, remember, it's early in the morning right now in Australia, so people might think that they're dreaming as they wake up to watch this one, or they've stayed up all night.
Yeah,
Either
good
way,
morning, or
there's
good
worry
afternoon.
for everybody. I imagine Inz's mum, she's always watching. She will be seeing this for the third time unfold. This is their best chance yet.
Oh, and actually, it started off with a bang. Decent, you know, he's got the dual Berettas, doesn't find that initial bit of friction he was hoping for. That's a nice response,
That
Kai.
might force you into B quite quickly, though.
Certainly, especially when you've already taken down one. It is only Art here for now. Throws out his block smoke. They're going to want to go through this. Spams half of his magazine. A flashbang. And Lakowski has bodies all around him. A quick flick at Anetics. Block. Vexite pushes smokes. Giving Fluxo a taste of their own. And he's even tapped out Kai.
Oh, the confidence right now is brimming on the boys. You can see just the level of aggression, happy to get stuck in, and that'll be another pistol added to the tally. Overpass, that was the most dominant map of the major so far, 13-1. Outdoing NIP's scoreline of 13-2 yesterday in one of their matches.
And of course, the desk discusses Inferno versus Imperial was the second best of one we saw from FlyQuest, starting on that T side and actually posting 9 T rounds up against another Brazilian side in order to secure this 2-0 battle.
Yeah, there are 5 Brazilian teams, if I've done my maths correctly, or is it 4? Hold up a second. We've got Imperial, we've got Fluxo, we've got Legacy, and of course we've got the Red Kings. So 4 right there, and the other 2 are North American. M80 versus NRG. Actually, that's our next game coming up next. So the fact that Fluxo have drawn FlyQuest, it looks like they're the Slayers of Brazil at the moment. I worry for the nerves, right? That's if this does get close, or let's say we're 10-10 late within the piece, that's where the nerves may come in and be the undoing for FlyQuest. Great shot there from Medic.
Can't believe he's getting away with the third as well. Really cheeky from Vexite. High impact to start.
4 players starting B right now for Fluxo. Just Kai anchoring A. You'll see a lot of that throughout this CT half. Vexite, if you're on his plate here.
Yeah, he could have a little bit too much to deal with. He'll actually back away. Doesn't want to play close up against what likely is going to be 5-7s or at most an MP9 or 3. Head-to-head with the MP9, doesn't go his way, but that's what you want to see in the feed if you do go down. Vexite falls, and so do Decent and Lakowski.
Oh, problems now.
Yeah, tags already connected, but Kai can't finish it off. Couldn't switch out to the pistol in time. Goes for a second scout shot.
Well, if they're playing nameplate Counter-Strike, they'll know that's the A anchor, so they should expect the open runway right now. I know there was another player over towards B at a minimum, maybe both, right, if you were considering the util that was being thrown. So they'll get in, they'll get the bomb down. The question is, do Art and Zevi want to give this one a look, or do they want to hold on to these MP9s into the next?
Well, they're having a look.
I think into the next is the best option. So yeah, they've hit the bubble.
You hope someone gets a little horny, gives you an AK-47. It's certainly a lot better to be bringing that through than an MP9, but yeah, unlikely to be seeing anything else.
Okay, so that's 2-0 now for FlyQuest. The winning ways continue. Talk about the setup. We're going to have Art over towards Banana, the aggressive piece, of course. Decent will be supporting him. Lakowski as the A rotating rifler, Zevi as the AWP, and Kai as the A anchor. FlyQuest, their Banana fights will be through Vexite, which you've already seen. Regali and Inz will be supporting him depending on the calls. Nedic will be the second mid-boiler player, and JKS through apartment. So that's what you can expect in terms of positions in defaults and standard rounds. But this is great. They're looking calm. Remind me, I'll throw a nugget your way. Oh, actually, no, we do just have the saved MP9s. I was getting a step ahead of myself there. Thought we were already into the guns. An Aussie core has not won a best-of-3 at a major since Starladder Berlin 2019.
Which just sounds absurd. Maybe there's something about Starladder events that just gets FlyQuest, or rather gets Australian Counter-Strike awake. But yeah, that's bizarre. So just to reiterate, an Australian core has not won a best-of-3 at a major since 2019.
That's 6 years ago. That was when the was when the org meta was prevalent.
Oh gosh, I remember those days.
So it's been a long long time between drinks. Obviously, there was the 103 Thieves, and then it all fell apart. JKS went to Greener Pastures over to different international teams. Complexity, G2, Liquid, standing in for FaZe for a stint. Azza and Co, they continued under the Extreme Mums, I think was the official, yeah, the Extreme Mums, right? Yeah, that didn't really find what they were looking for. And then all those pieces have slowly just melted away. So they test the waters of Banana, they apply some pressure, now they're going to work for the mid control.
He's going to pull Kai over.
Yeah, big rotation. Art and Decent are coming as well. So Lakowski and Zevi, if they can put up some resistance, there's a chance. But long smokes will drop towards Library and Arch. Wrap potential available. Have to be A now, 30 seconds.
Zevi investigating forward. Actually, Art the first to fall. Inns gets given a gift. An opening kill. Now starting to swing on through. Vex side, a quick final to Zevi. Kai caught in the open. Range, hang on though. P250 goes overlooked. Needed a multi. Lakowski unable to provide. And so FlyQuest will just sail through a comfortable third round with those saved MP9s.
I agree with the death sentiment there right now. FlyQuest, in terms of the communication, it's looking on point. They're not getting flustered in any situation. Sure, a couple of rounds within that first half of Overpass came down to 1v1s or 2v2s, but they always felt like they were in control. The JKS 1v2 was the only one that felt like it had to be pulled out of nowhere. But everyone's hitting shots. Nobody's looking too nervous.
Yeah, if anything, like the key word you're kind of dancing around is composed.
Yeah.
You know, this is a composed Counter-Strike team on display right now, which is not a word often at the tip of the tongue.
No, normally it's more gimmicky the way their victories come, right? At least that was the
historically.
FlyQuest. Yeah, the Renegades, the Greyhounds.
The Vox Eminors.
Yeah, that too. Titan remembers. Banana press, Kowsey at the top with Art, decent to set them up with flashes, going through the motions. Mouth of Banana constricted with a molly. They're gonna play through.
He's going. Art! Oh, 100 to 0! Vexite gets a second onto Lakowski. Okay, Art's gonna lock for number 3, but the trade actually could come through. Decent's done a lot of work, but Inns not playing scared. You love to see that. Two of his teammates put their life on the line in pursuit of the open B site. And Inns goes and just hoovers up that space, runs him down on the reload.
Well, this is it now. They are really in a position where they can hunt these guns. JKS make sure that they can't press into second mid over towards T-spawn for the save, so he's at least got that guaranteed. Now this is a scenario if you are FlyQuest in the early stages, you start running away and you're hunting and you allow them back into the site and you lose a really clumsy round, that's not good. So JKS will go for the search, the hunt on his own. Inns and Regali will stay with the bomb to make sure this is guaranteed. If JKS can remove one of these guns, with the lost bonus going into the next, that's going to remove another threat. So is he able to take anything? Orp in pit, rifle in sight, bomb goes off, that's the round. And that'll be that. So just held at bay, not able to get anything. It was a bit of a timid search, but not wanting to let an AK fall over into enemy hands.
Nasty state of affairs for Art, wasn't it? I mean, he's chosen to go for the most aggressive, I don't know why I'm saying that like it's a surprise, most aggressive of the options, which is pushing through the flames, and then he eats a flashbang and burns to his death.
Yeah, Art doesn't have the S key on his keyboard.
No.
It only came with the W, and that's kind of how he lives and dies Counter-Strike.
It will get you through best of ones. That starter play, son.
Yeah, when you can push lobby every round versus Gamer Legion,
exactly.
that might do it. But now we're in the best of threes, and you're...
Oh, no! Art's going for jump shots, trick shots.
Vexite has been in fine form.
Punished him. Vexite 7 and 3. We've only just begun map 2 here.
That's his third opener.
And we're going to be locking in one of these two teams. FlyQuest obviously making the strongest of cases as the first into stage 2 from stage 1. JKS just applies some pressure up mid. Smoke blocks off the vision of Lakowski.
Yeah,
Kai calls it clear.
Full info. Zevi knows that he needs to be on notice right now. Ooh, by playing more passive with the AWP. JKS gets the info on the mid setup. That now should inform them for this B execute. Zevi needs to go huge.
Yeah, Zevi's been informed that it's just him up against FlyQuest.
Miles away.
It's just got to be Zevi and his AWP. There goes Vexite. Where's that trade? Hiding out behind the pillar. Zevi, he's done very well. Timid now. Finally, Netic finds him. On the cross, no smoke grenade. This makes things very difficult now. Throwing out a HG, trying to cross, trying to fight, trying to beat. Netic! Outrageous! Who needs a smoke when you've got headshots? Just takes 1, 2, and 3.
Damn, that is massive from Netic. He's been moved to some of these more passive or anchor roles on the CT side, but this kid has aim. He's mechanical. And it's sharp as hell right there. That was brilliant.
Oh, mate, they had no right. I thought Zevi had done absolutely enough.
Yeah, 2 kills from the back of the side.
On your own.
Yeah, he definitely thought he'd teed his team up there. Catch this one again. Oh, over the camera, over the shoulder camera, excuse
me. That second one is
that's
spicy.
Sharp. That is sharp, okay. Well, they can get him with another buy of sorts, lacking util, but not an AWP. Zevi's got that again.
And that looks like it should be destined for a Zevi opener. Inzi had his crosshair in the right place. Ball, however, was posted. I can't believe it. Vexite's found Art again. Art can't catch a break. He cannot escape the Vexite demon.
Vexite loves a bit of aggression himself, but he's a little bit more tempered in his approach. I think he's an awful lot sharper than Art as well. But Inz gets the call from the grave. Art does the same. So both in-game leaders getting an opportunity right now in this 4v4 to see if they can...
We're 6 rounds in, Chad, and he has participated in 5 opening duels.
Classic.
He's won 4 of them, he's lost 1 of them, and missed flick from Zevi. Vexite doubles up. Set up to succeed, and now accelerating. No one home on B.
Favorite 4-letter word, Alex?
S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy, you saving.
So they hold on to this, they can go again. But we had 20 rounds of play over the 2 maps so far. Fluxo have won 1.
Insufficient.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
But Vexite just doesn't seem to be... he is, you know, unbothered, in his lane.
Look, they've been doing all interviews about this. Az has done some, In's done some. They've been talking about the position changes. Vexite... He's a lad that communicates a lot, and he's always been an aggressive player. In some of these iterations of the rosters before, they started to put him in anchor-ish positions, which, with his aim, I could understand, but he's a player that kind of feels the game. And you're seeing that in these spots that he's playing. So he's a temperature check, and Inz is the other. So the 2 of them on maps, they're going to be playing for map control, and it's going to help out Inz a lot with the mid-round calling. Then you've got JKS extremely comfortable on those lurks, right? That's something that he's been doing for an awfully long time. He can look for space. Sure, there's been criticism around him in the past not being aggressive enough to look for the gaps, but that's something that I think in this team he will have to do. And then you have Netic. It's like, okay, he is so sharp that on the CT sides, if he's anchoring a spot and there's multiple bodies on his screen, I think he's going to take 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, I'll have to excuse myself there. I think I neglected to mention that Zevi's actually got the opening kill in that round, so Vexite, that one doesn't count on his tally.
Okay.
But either way, that one does! Double trouble again! Vexite causing problems on the B site. Breakthrough Banana, Art finds a response, a good one to thwart the aggressions. And he's playing around the smokes, Art style. Damn, he's just generating so much space, so much momentum for FlyQuest on this T side. You can see Kai's got a test coming his way. JKS and Regali have partnered up. He's thrown out a short block smoke. Might give him a bit of room to stretch his legs. And talking of stretching legs, it's Art charging straight up the guts of middle. Have they heard him? No, he's timed this to perfection. Oh, yeah, Regali relays it.
Double peek.
Double swing. Regali's there. Opens up an avenue straight back to B.
That is beautiful. Regali's communicated the steps. They've even had time in that moment to coordinate the double swing. And now JKS should have the rotation of Kai dealt with. He's made the steps. They know where he is. Regali can plant the bomb. Kai knows he needs to get over towards that site. Looking for a path of least resistance as JKS is chasing him around here silently. Kai actually has an avenue. JKS will communicate it's not possible for him to come through CT. Just worry about Banana and, well, Kai's heading for the high hills. This one is done. 7-0. This isn't entertaining for most.
How about you?
It is for me. And my countrymen, I'm sure. Vexite just straight through, doubles up, another opener, add that to the tally.
I mean, I don't know how far away Art was from not making a sound there, but that really did cost them. Looking at the scores on the doors, you can see that just the Vexite Netic combo, 18 frags combined.
And it's good to show that there's different shades, right? You had Regali, fantastic on the AWP. The Romanian import on overpass, just delivering kills, and that's the map to do so. Right now, Vexai up banana, winning out these duels. That's the key zone of this map. So everything going their way is that tactical timeout called the first, and this one feels late, doesn't it? Azra on the mic, Tacitus the same. But it gives the time for us to, look, to get back into this, the answer appears to be double AWPs. So let's see. Zevi will take his over towards A. Art will try his best over towards B, I'm sure. And because they've been running up, this is something where you hope that you can hit that first shot, fall back AWPing. But if the util is on point, we know how difficult it can be for AWPers on Inferno. You get the double mollies in, one sandbag, one mouth of banana. The flashes are good, you're pushed off the line. They smoke CT, you're playing CT, you're playing coffins, you're behind them, you have to play side-side. So for Art, he has to do this through aggression.
Our betting partner.
As we get back underway. This would be a perfect time for Azza to have called like a change-up. You know, like let's feign the map control and then go into... Ooh, okay, one AWP noted.
Not far off. Not close.
If you go into an A execute right now, oh, it is definitely A related. 2 up through boiler.
I think Inz has got names from here. Is it flashes?
And the fact that he's there in second mid tells you it's going to be something at least for mid control early.
Regali looks like he's going to be positioning to throw out another part of that. Here comes a test for Vexai. Is he really going to have any more? No, this time kept empty-handed. It's an important kill from Decent to try and get Fluxo comfortable. Confirms banana is theirs. They have the banana control, and so full focus now from Fluxo here on the A site.
You have to win this one.
It's a 4v3 though. The numbers still technically favoring FlyQuest.
Regali lining up a moto smoke. Here they come.
Oh, this shot from Zevi. He's going to be feeling the pressure now, but there's no commitment here. No, it's JKS onto Lakauzi. A cheeky catch on a sliver gap has opened up into a 4-on-4. Art, a tentative rotation, trying to catch potential Art slip. Yeah, no, towards the arch side, but now it's been smoked off and they're wrapping. Kai and Zevi. Forced wide. Finds an angle. Art brings that second AWP over. They know it's posted. And it's already the double AWP potent crossfire delivering lovely from Zevi and Art in combination. And Regali, he meets the same fate. Lovely work.
Okay.
Finally, they buck the trend.
You know it's double AWPs, and it has been carried through as well. So your call right now can be a little bit more direct, knowing that those AWPs are in play. So the first comes in very late within the piece. 8 rounds already under the belt, 7 of those to FlyQuest, and 2 rounds within the series so far for Fluxo. They don't know what winning feels like. A streak is going to be required to break the finances, but they've done well under pressure. Oh, down hit.
Yeah, that is hyper-aggressive. And it's going to be an escorting of Lakauzi. You're not going to be playing scared at all. Hang on. Yeah, JKS was not expecting that. Opening kill for the Brazilian side. Fluxo.
They're surging.
Hang on a second. Vexite's already asking questions of the site. Yeah, Art needs to hit a shot. Decent will. Double kill. Bomb on the back of Regali. Art comes in from the coffin side. He might have it. He's missed his shot again. That's 2. Is it 2-on-4? Is this a conversation we can have?
Yeah, Regali can re-smoke CT.
Gets the bomb down.
Oh, he's used at coffins.
Okay, and now vulnerabilities of that banana. It's actually way earlier than they may be ready for. Zevi comes in, rounds the corner, and oh, nice catch! And a nice one back. Puts it onto Netic. And yeah, held by Kai. That's what you want to be seeing. Fluxo, that's 2 consecutive.
Okay, there was a lot of pressure on that B side. They did well to hold that at bay. But maybe a tactical timeout to be called. And I know it's early, but I want to make sure that we sow these seeds in case it does get out of control. The mental of FlyQuest is going to be the question, right? Because when you have players like Int and Vexai who have been here several times before, can they keep it together? You've been dominating. The scoreline, it's looking flush. You've already got 7 rounds T-side, Inferno, your map choice. Only a few rounds away from progressing at a major. And these type of frustrations is where the lid needs to stay on, right? It can't reach boiling point, not when you have this type of a lead. And the money will be broken after this one. So FlyQuest, can you find a response before Fluxo actually get their claws in to this map? Prioritizing the AWP Regali, setting him up, clear of the smoke. Vexai takes the space.
Oh, this actually might be a little too much for Zevi. There was no instant trade. Awkward now. JKS, he had to find that. Claws it back into the 4-on-4 and doesn't overcommit. Could have easily strafed into Kai's crosshair there. Instead, calls his jets into the 4-on-4.
You need to take stock right now if you're FlyQuest and consider what utility you have. Smokes on the likes of JKS as well as Regali, so that's an execute that can be lined up. Kowsy over towards Trash. He can sell mid, activate late once Kai gets contact.
It's unlikely they Molotov him out, but there is one available, and never mind, he actually just gives the frag away. Inns was ready, quick reaction, puts it all onto Kai. Tugged on that mini pit, we need a multi here, Kai. What have you got? Nothing. Thanks to Inns, quick clear on the Galil, a double kill, decent, somehow finds Vexite.
Does that draw you in now to go for this? Remember, those 2 rounds, they've got a little bit more cash to work with. They need more rounds, so this could be one that Art and Decent give a go.
Yeah, okay, there's flashbangs present. Art looks like he's backing away, though.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, they get 2,400 into the next. Even if they lost these guns, they all would have been able to buy, but I guess every round is worth its weight in gold at this moment. So they'll give over the 8th, or it'll be taken from them.
I'll be honest, Chad, I reckon if Zevi does this and kills JKS, that's when the tilt, you said keep a lid on it? That lid is ripped off.
Yeah, for sure. Important kill there from Inns, right? Lakowski gets one and even just buys time. The CT setup can rejig and it starts to fall a little bit flat there for FlyQuest, but they do recover. So 2 rounds straight from Fluxo will be responded to. There's 2 more in the half before we get to the break. And that was one of their more battered buys, right? It wasn't full. Had a couple of omissions within the purchases. But, and I can get everything that they desire. Okay. Well, I don't know what that is.
But back in my day, there was a Fnatic smoke.
I don't think it'll be that.
No, nor I.
Especially not when Justin's calling it, the player who's going to be in apps.
Interesting, very interesting. He's going to be throwing an early smoke from second mid. You can see the trajectory there on the mini-map. Just an early pressure on towards the A side. They're actually going for an apps walk. Zevi Kai with his forward apps set up as Vexite and Inns are partnered up to ask questions of that sandbag's position.
We got Devil Walk in the green room. That's a position he knows very well. Containing second mid while the rest of your team either works on banana or through the guts as Zevi and Kai. Kai's starting to go looking in boiler now. Sorry, in window, excuse me. Zevi actually starts to peel back. So Kai's in a very strong spot right now. If they do come back up middle, they might not consider this whatsoever.
Hang on, JKS is making his move. And there's no Zevi anymore. Will he?
Clear boiler? I don't think
way.
so. Oh, hello.
And he will. Kai gets one tap side of the head. You're going to be feeling vulnerable on A now, aren't you? You can see Art starting to canter over. The cavalry is on its way. Is the bomb as well, though? He's second guessing it.
I think Inns will sell a B fake, and then they'll try and breach in towards A off the back of that. 35 seconds now. Yeah, Inns was donated some extra util, so he's selling the B fake.
I mean, this is where Zevi has it all to do. The AWP primed and ready, just him. Previously on the B side, he got 2 when isolated and called upon. Uh-oh, they got the info early. He's done very well, but not well enough for 2. Vexite brings him down, and that should be another round.
Okay, they're just going to save again. 9 rounds.
So that mark they reached on Imperial, it wasn't just a flash in the pan. They've done it again. T-side rounds, a boatload of them.
Yeah, it sounds like in the vetoes yesterday, the maps that they played against Legacy and Imperial were not the maps they'd expected to play, which bodes very well for best of 3s. Now, I understand this level of competition in stage 1, where you sit and you go, okay, these aren't the best teams in the world. Yeah, but 8 teams have to make it through, and the type of Counter-Strike that FlyQuest are playing right now, they're clearly looking like one of the top dogs. FaZe are looking miserable. Gamer Legion are having a tough time. I can see Daps walking into the building right now. He's a man who we can all see a bit of ourselves in. NRG in the 2-0 column, going up against M80 next. Now this is the point, if we were doing any other game, we would say, surely this is it.
And I'd say, have you met FlyQuest?
I don't think...
and don't call me Shirley.
I don't think even this one can get out of control. Now, if I'm wrong and they end up collapsing, I'll take that. I'll wear that on the chin.
Will you eat a hat?
No, neither a boot. As,
okay.
Our official betting partner.
Last round of the half.
They got everything they need to win a round, Fluxo.
Yeah, and it did work with the double orb previously.
Okay. There's the glimmer of hope.
And only a glimmer. Art, he is really just not scared. Asbestos boots walking through flames.
HP's overrated.
Yeah. Said no one ever.
Oh, Vexite's donated some back the other way.
Swallows the HE. Good catch, actually. Zevi's opened up the account for Fluxo. Oh, on. A little bit too much showing on the edge of the smoke there. Regali catches him. 4 versus 4, made 3 versus 3. An important trade provided by Vexite.
Well, they know that there was an AWP over towards B as well, so you should be using flashes or boost to push this angle away.
Zevi got caught by the boost previously. I think Art's going to be tucking further back.
Again, you look at the util and you consider the options right now with the executes. There's the flash, there's the peek. 2 smokes.
Art's fiddling with his glasses. Keep your hands on the keyboard, mate.
There's the smoke, CT and coffins. Art has to play ahead of this.
Yeah, and he will. Vexite, JKS, side by side. Still nothing for Art. And now the flash. That's some diligent counter-strike on display from FlyQuest. 40 seconds left, and they've already got the site. A retake demanded of Fluxo, just to have something to work with into that second half and what could be the final half of this series. Elevated position towards the coffins. He spots out that player, does remove Vexite. Very tiny pixel displayed, and that's all he needs to remove him. Oh, the Cowsy. He overlooked JKS's possibility, but adjusts quickly, and so a 1 versus 3 for Regali. Goes looking. I think they may have caught wind of his barrel there, so now it's up to Regali. He'll Molly Kite out, forces him wide, and a headshot provided. Okay, Fluxo, a little something at the end there, trying to cling on to hope that Inferno could be their map. If not, FlyQuest will be the first into stage 2. The 2-0 matchup, the first opportunity to lock a team in for stage 2 here in the very first stage of the competition, the culmination of the Counter-Strike year. FlyQuest, Australians, New Zealander, and of course a Romanian sniper. But it does seem to be the blend to break what has been a long break between drinks.
Any form of success at all at Majors for the Aussies. You had Renegades back in 2019, made it all the way to the semi-finals in Berlin. Azure and JKS reunited, and they're looking to go from stage 1 to stage 2, something Int hasn't been able to do in 6 asks of trying. This will be the 7th.
And a pistol would be a huge leap in that direction. Good start. Netic, Int, Regali, they all hit their shots. Fluxo just run into the meat grinder and have nothing to show for it. decent in Boiler. Maybe he could catch something. Netic seems ready. Okay, missed shot, dancing around that pillar. Somebody come get her. Okay, Vexite sealed the deal. And a quick flick from Netic. Wow, lovely stuff.
4 from 4 in the pistol department. The recipe for success, right? Not just in the best of ones, but in any match of Counter-Strike you play. And FlyQuest continue to look composed, on point, and this team is functioning at a high level right now. You could say this is the best any team has looked so far throughout stage 1. Some of the bigger names, the favorites, have struggled to look cohesive, fundamentally flawed. Well, the boys right now, they are looking picture bloody perfect. The level of relief I think Inns will feel in a couple rounds' time. You've attended, I think, 7 out of 8 majors since the pandemic, starting back in Stockholm 2021. You've had a bunch of different rosters, been under different orgs, different looks, but sure, a couple of wins. You've even been in those best of 3s. You've even been able to pick up maps, but you've never been able to get across the line. Sure, the major's expanded to 32 teams now, but this is breaking the seal. This is showing that you can do it on the biggest of stage, and this is what it's all about.
And you haven't even, you know, necessarily made it look hard or broken a sweat.
It's been comfortable.
Yeah, Vexite's so stubborn with his smoke. He wanted to see full confirmation of commitment, but they're way ahead. Oh, he had 2 on his plate. Only gets the 1. Netic needs to throw out that block smoke and buy time. Cannot afford to go down here. They're running at him. Does well. Look how his Tech 9 falls. They're wrapping him in. Overwhelming, but still composed is Netic. Lovely work. 4 kills in the round.
And that's the force bite dealt with. It's the eco now. 12 feels like a certainty unless Art wants to call another one of those. Mentioned his name a bunch, but one of the other new additions this season is the team moving away from Urcast and bringing in Azza. I don't think there's a question of him being the most successful Aussie in-game leader ever.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a clear correlation.
And I think with what was missing within this team was that leadership figure. You heard from Inns. He did a HLTV interview where he said more like a friend than a leader, something he's trying to work on. Azza dealt with Kassad as a coach. He knows what it's like. Sometimes you need to give people the harsh word. And also, it's the team environment. You're doing it for one another. That's what this is about. Sure, it might feel like a bit of an old school mentality, but that's that's any team sport. As an opener for Vexite. We'll just tally those up, shall we? He was the highest rated player coming into this match. I think he still might be that fact, as he's just been dominating. He's 6 and 2 in the opening kill department. He's had Art's number throughout.
Dreamy.
At least within the early stages. In this one, it's just a bit of a paddling right now. You deal with the pistols, you get yourself 12, you just 1 more round, 5 more kills as he grabs another through the smoke. Vexite, when he popped onto our screen.
Oh, he's doing it all, mate.
He's meant to be the next hope of Aussie Counter-Strike. It's taken some time for him to really mature into the player you're seeing today. This is his 5th major. For Regali and Netic, only their 2nd, both under the FlyQuest banner. So for them, they don't have the same woes, the same stresses as maybe the other 2. And for JKS last season, benched by Liquid. Before Melbourne.
Hiss.
Yeah, right? And then obviously he missed the major, nose put a little bit out of joint, and then turns back to a home team, something that he hasn't been a part of for an awfully long time. So for him, this will be a feel-good moment. He's had to be a bit more of a mentor, right? He used to be the young kid. Well, now he's the big brother. Art will just waltz on in, go on down. Regali takes that, and it's just 5 more kills. On that little Liquid note, they're in stage 2. Love to get a revenge tour for JKS, going up against some of his old teammates, old...
now you're talking.
Old friends. You know, G2, they're in the Major 2. What about Falcons? Nico and Monacy? You know, tick them off the list.
Okay.
This could be his death note.
Okay, prepare the Grim Reaper graphic.
Yeah.
12-3, folks. FlyQuest. This could be the last round they play in stage 1.
Couple of extra days off.
And this time, Vexite's paid quite the heavy price for his opening exchange. He actually returns the favor to Kai, does it an equivalent with the HE.
He wants to fight.
Look at him go. He's just begging for flashbangs, and it will come through, but Zevi tucks in behind the half wall. The unity of the utility. You can see how great that timing that was. The half wall smoke plumes. You're either in front of the smoke blind or we've got top banana control.
Oh, catch that. Another hefty nade, 40 damage done. Forcing them back towards A for now.
Okay, and it looks like Decent is going to go searching towards the boiler side, trying to catch anyone daring to probe. Inns was the furthest forward on this A side, but he's just going to be playing on the arch. In front of it, rather. Oh, hang on, yeah.
Between the wickets.
Didn't find anything there. Bit of damage, sure. Look at the health of Fluxo, though.
Yeah, Vexside's also low. Decent walking up short. JKS in sight. Looks like it'll be the A play. Netix joined this fight now.
Bit of friction. JKS gets nothing. It's Regali on the pit side. Does deliver. Combination with Netic. Now Fluxo starting to fall. It's just too easy for FlyQuest. Surely this is it. For the first time since 2019, a best of 3 at the major for the Australian core. One single kill away. And of course it's probably feels that way for the Australians watching as 13-3 is locked in.
The boys fly into stage 2. The quest begins now, but for Inns, this one's gotta feel damn good. He's been here many, many times before, but to finally find some success, to break through, to make light work of your opponent in the 2-0 match, no stress today. That is a massive win, and the smiles tell the story as it takes that coaching role and they start to look like a team.
Testing. There we go, it worked. That is a good sign to have. FlyQuest have finally done it, and Inns, you have broken the curse. This was a long time coming, a lot of near misses, a lot of opportunities. Just tell me now, how does it feel?
It feels good. Obviously, been a rough 2 majors in a row, or 2 or 3. So I'm proud of the boys. It's been a tough road, but we're looking to go further.
You seem very calm, despite obviously being able to break this curse in here. This game looked incredibly easy for you guys. Why was it that dominant?
I think we just played with confidence the first stage, and we kind of just played with how we practiced, and that was the main thing, focusing on this major.
You are talking about confidence a lot, even in pre-match interview, but can we quantify it? Can you actually explain what confidence means in your term, in your team? Do you notice when people are losing the confidence, they're playing differently, they don't swing as wide? What do you think personally, individually, what do you see in your players? What do you have to be aware of when such confidence drop happens?
I think we just take more fights. Like, when we know we have to, we kind of just take the fights to them, and we play like more aggressive. We don't really go into a shell, and that's important for us as a team.
All right, combination-wise, do you see that the in-game leading by you, preparation by you and your coach, obviously, and the shooting from the guys was the reasons for such a smooth first stage of the major? I mean, 4 maps in your bag and pretty much no real threat. So is this something that you bring into the stage 2?
Yeah, I think the in-game preparation was good. Like, we've been preparing for a couple months now, so obviously it's been really good. We're looking to bring it into stage 2, just take a couple days to rest, probably keep practicing, and then focus on stage 2.
Well-deserved rest.
Well-deserved rest, but also we've got to look at this, right? Okay, you've done this, but you've done it as the IGL of the team. What is to you the biggest difference that you're seeing right now in the way you're leading the team? Like, how much have you been able to change and learn from this in order to make this a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think bringing in Azza as the head coach has helped a lot. He's kind of like helped guide me in a way, and also other individuals, so that's helping a lot.
And in terms of that helping you a lot, has it helped you enough now to be in a position where you can confidently say, okay, stage 2, we can do it. We can go a step further than ever before.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we always think that we're competitors, and we always want to make it as far as we can. And we just have to keep the mental resilience. Like, we showed that it was really good for us this event so far, and we're looking to do it again.
And even here, right, we got our small crowd out here. They're giving you a lot of support, a lot of love. And also, for the Aussies back home, anything you want to say?
I mean, anyone who stayed up in Oz, thanks for the support. We always see it, and we appreciate it a lot.
I'm sure you do, man. Congratulations. Well done.
That was clean, man. Super clean. Incredible counter-strike from FlyQuest, and they are through to stage 2 of the Starladder Budapest Major. First team we get to see make it through to stage 2. Damn, that's fun.
Awesome story for the FlyQuest boys and for even Int as a leader, because even going back further than the FlyQuest curse of the 2-0s and consecutive major to 2-3, he himself was at one point, I think, 2-1 and also just crashed out, didn't advance to the following stage. So great on him. I'm glad that he shouts out Azur as well, because, you know, Azur in his career, he faced Prime Astralis 6 times, every time he lost. So what did he decide to do? Turn Australia into Prime Astralis for stage 1.
I mean, they played so clean, it never really felt like Fluxo could get back into the round. You had Vexite constantly, you know, disrupting them, getting entries on Banana. You even had Stiko in the green room saying he's the best Banana player at this stage. But
crazy,
yeah.
crazy take.
Is it crazy? Is it crazy?
Maybe it's not too crazy, but there might be a few individuals who are better.
In a 2-day sample size, it's inarguable.
I don't know. It was like 2 days. I'm going with it.
In a 2-month sample size, we might have a debate.
But we don't have 2 months. We have 2 days. I'm backing Stiko on this. But Vexite he was the pop-off there. Looked really impressive from him.
Without a doubt. I mean, the way he's taking the space, but also looking controlled so frequently, having watched him now versus Imperial and now versus Fluxo, I legitimately think there was maybe one round through all of those T-sides where I saw what I would even consider something close to a mistake. He was damn near flawless, so for him to pop off in this fashion, without a doubt in my mind, he was the MVP of this map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think, you know, the whole team stepped up when it matters, even in, you know, having the story about the sound there in the background.
We got Vuvuzelas in here.
Yeah.
That's how they're celebrating.
That's a Southern Hemisphere thing. That started in my country. We all immigrated to
Never should
Australia.
have happened.
Yeah, we immigrated to Australia, and now Vuvuzelas are real.
How many World Cups did you guys get after that?
None.
Never again. Never again.
I think that there's a lot of people watching at home who very often say that they want the analysts to shut up, and they're probably enjoying that massive annoying sound right now. It's not Maui, it is a Vuvuzela. There we go. Let's keep going though with this FlyQuest lineup. Is this a team that now that we see them moving into stage 2 of the major, can they contest?
I think so. I think they definitely have. They have the ingredients, the way you look on the eye test, the way they play, the way they like approach bomb sites. Their spacing is absolutely out of this world for this team and this caliber of a team. So if they continue doing that, doesn't matter what opponent you're going to be facing. They could be the best players in the world. They're still going to struggle when facing up against spacing that good.
To me, it's just about maintaining this level of composure, which felt like it was pervasive throughout every single member of FlyQuest in the 3 series that I've watched in stage 1. If they can play like it, then stage 2 is going to be a breeze. But teams at that level, they're going to fight back a little bit harder. They're going to get the opening pick a little bit more. Vexite is going to have an off day. I mean, it's just bound to happen, unfortunately. But if he's going to keep pulling off these kinds of moments, and the X factor from FlyQuest is going to be apparent like it was there, then the sky's the limit for them. Not going to get over my, you know, just jump to, say, the playoffs or anything like that, but getting through stage 2 looks to be incredibly feasible.
Do you know what I really liked about FlyQuest? We saw predominantly at San Inferno, is that many a times Fluxo would get the upper hand because of a FlyQuest mistake, but they adapted so fast, and then they still wouldn't let go of the round. That was something that I noticed from them, which you didn't see a couple of months ago from this team.
No, but it was the same thing against Imperial. I think they were down 4v5, like 7-8 of the rounds, and they still clawed it back and made it like seem like a super smooth T-side. So that's something that I think I talk about, the composure, the calmness of them, and they reevaluate the situations and just find the openings instead of stressing. A lot of teams in these situations would feel stressed and pressured to kind of go for an entry straight away, but they take the calm approach and just adjust accordingly. And I think that's what makes them so good and so hard to play against.
Bigger picture though, who thought it was the Australian team that would be first to make it through stage 1 of the major? Not me!
There were some telling signs that FlyQuest was on the come up. They didn't look this good. That's where the shocker is. So right there with you, Sam. Did not expect FlyQuest to be getting through with this level of ease. Technically, I mean, I didn't even really think that they were going to get through. And I thought we were going to see some kind of catastrophe happen once again, but I'm glad that Azir not only brought the form in terms of just making sure that everybody's on the same page, but I think he's probably leveled up their composure too.
I mean, I'll say I was a fanboy of FlyQuest at the start, but I did not expect them to go 3-0. I thought they would have a tough game against Legacy in the early stage, and then kind of claw their way back into qualification. But yeah, this just perfect play from them, perfect setting for them, and I'm so happy I got to witness it here.
You did get to see it, yeah, we all did, and there you go, our first team making it through to stage 2. We will find out who's going to join them. NRG and M80 are going to be facing off. That North American derby is coming up. Don't go anywhere.
NRG are one game away from making it through to stage 2 in a crazy situation. What's even crazier is Exotic's whole story here. So I need to bring up, Note posted a really funny clip of Semphis kind of hyping you up, saying that you needed to go to LAN, but you had other stuff going on in life at the same time, you were saying. So can you just tell me and the world about that and kind of what this has looked like? Because right now you are individually impressing.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I mean, the biggest thing is it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. I mean, it's not my first time playing the game, obviously. I've been playing for a really long time. I think I played my first, like, on professional team or salary team, rather, when I was like 15 or 16. So it's been a long time, but in between has been a long road, you know. I was in school, and then I went to college. And then I started my own business, and that took off. So I've been doing that, and then I kind of just like dabbled in coming back into Counter-Strike, just playing for fun and whatnot, because there's just that competitiveness that you can't really, you know, scratch with business, at least. I mean, it's brutal, don't get me wrong, but there's just that competitive itch in Counter-Strike that you can't scratch, you know. And I thought, you know what, why not? I'm in a position, I'm older now, and I'm in a position to play, and I had this opportunity with NRG, so I thought I'd take it. That's kind of how I ended up here now. So.
And it's a good ride, because I was doing some research, and this is only your 5th LAN. It's also your first major. I know it's only 2 maps, but you're at a 1.31 rating. You're looking good. You're looking confident with it as well. Is this really where you're now starting to play at what was expected as you from people like Semphis and other North American people who were watching you?
I think so. I mean, you know, like Semphis, for example, he's definitely hyped me up a lot. And as you saw from that clip, you know, he's talking a lot about, you know, how he thinks of me as an individual, skill-wise and whatnot, and my potential. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, I would hope so, that I'm playing to that potential that people think I have.
Well, long may it continue, especially here in a very important game. But I also need to ask you on the sense that Nitro's not here. Expectations for most people on NRG was lower because of that. Daps has obviously been doing a phenomenal job, but is there less pressure? Is that how you guys, do you see a difference in how you're playing? Explain it to me, who's someone who's not next to you and seeing it all. What's the difference?
I mean, I would say pressure is a big one for sure. You know, like, you can definitely feel the energy from the other teams when there's more pressure and they feel a little bit more nervous, like, especially in the game, at least for my personal opinion, you could feel that nervousness, like decision making and stuff, when people are more nervous to do things in the game when that pressure's on. So yeah, I would say that's part of it, but I mean, obviously we're all meshing together well right now too, so it definitely helps when like everyone feels on point.
And you guys have been on point with this, right? And for your first major, not having that pressure is probably a nice feeling that many players don't get to expect. But also for this game, you're playing M80. Now, you guys beat them in Frag Ultra Mega, right? And you beat them in a best of 5 where you were down 0-2 and you reverse swept them. So what advantage do you have here against them going into the best of 3?
I mean, I would say same thing, like pressure-wise. I mean, I know that, yeah, I mean, maybe in their head a little bit from that. I mean, we have Daps, but he's been playing really well, so I don't know, maybe that plays a part, so I have no idea.
Let's look out for a Daps masterclass and see how it goes, man. Thank you very much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
What an incredible story from NRG there with one of their players. There's so many other stories we need to touch on about NRG. Obviously going up against M80 now, 2-0 each of these teams. One of these American teams going through stage 2 of the major. But I mean, it is kind of the fairy tale, right? I've focused on business, this is just fun now. Wow, I'm at a major getting some sticker money.
I mean, just for more context on that, regarding Exotic, for NRG to decide in the middle of the year that OC, a guy that's literally played in a major playoffs, was not good enough, and to pick up a completely unknown quantity in Exotic is one of the reasons that they've actually, in my opinion, slingshotted themselves to kind of have a puncher's chance in almost every matchup. Yesterday versus NIP, Wrinkle was really getting bested by Exotic, and Exotic's just kind of been this fabled legend in Tier 2 NACS for a very long time. Like, even when I was competing, everybody kind of knew this guy. Nobody saw his face until this year, and we thought that he was just a land dodger and maybe even a cheater. Like, that's how ridiculous his story was. But to see him actually finally hit the LAN scene running and to already be this efficient in his first day at the major, I mean, time will only tell what we see in day 2 and moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely incredible, and he's been the best AWPer on the server each time that he's played so far. But I want to talk a little bit about M80 as well. I think, you know, Lake is someone I've been really impressed with. If I look at Hext, he's kind of like a wonky player type, I would say, because he's an anchor, but he has tons of X factor, tons of kind of ability to turn around back to their favor. So there's a bunch of small things that I really like about M80 because they have so many different avenues to kind of approach around, to win around, and with that X factor, especially from Hext, who kind of is vocal and hyping the whole team as well.
So the video's up on your screen now. Obviously, we can see there that we're going to be starting out with M80's pick. They're going to, I think that M80's a Dust 2 or is it NRG? I'm squinting because I forgot my glasses today.
I think that M80 picked Mirage here, so NRG are taking CT. Dust 2 is the pick of NRG, and M80 starting on the CT side. The only real difference for this in what I was kind of coming up with was that I thought Overpass may be the decider. I've seen both of the teams look really sharp on it this season, taking down teams that are much higher ranked than them. But as for the openers, I'd say incredibly standard, almost exactly what any sort of simulator or percentages would have shown for them.
Can we talk a little bit about NRG though, and the fact that they came in here with a coach? When they made that announcement that their IGL wasn't going to be here, we had Moses trying to schedule cardinal relations between players and their wives. I mean, that was how far this went. We had everyone running to change their pick'ems. And now look where Daps is. I mean, they took FaZe down yesterday. What a story this could potentially be.
Yeah, I mean, Daps is someone I know very well. I've coached him in the past when he was back in Optic. And I think he's an excellent in-game leader. Excellent leader. He's really good at the mid-rounding. And I think that kind of gives them a little bit of an edge because he's so good at defaulting and gaining information and taking that and adapting to situations to make a final call. They can be unpredictable and very unpreppable at this point for a lot of these teams.
Daps was a huge reason that they were able to win the FaZe game because he is just trusting his read to a T. If he thinks that it's a bluff with smokes, he's walking right through that. So M80, they're going to have to be on their guard.
Let's go. It's the North American Derby here at the Starladder Major. Who's making it through to stage 2?
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, M80 NRG. It's an exciting one. Sure, a clash of the Americas. 5 separate nationalities in attendance of the server, but you know what? I'll give it to them.
Everyone needs imports.
Everyone does, including that FlyQuest game we just saw.
Okay, well, T-side start for NRG. Out towards long. Swisher. Oh, he's going to be pushed off the line. Does he swing back in? Yes, he does. So darts away. Sonic tries to track this one down. Looking to block the smoke. How's he going to headbutt this one? Yes, he does.
Okay, off his head, not bad. Swish goes for more and actually loses his head to the well-discussed Exotic. Sim taps him down. Pressure, 3 players fighting on this goose position. It's looking messy. No, they can't hit their shots. Pro and Sonic brought down. Dabs at range with the Glock. Same for George. It's uncomfortable for the two of them. Looks like M80 have done enough, and even having his bell rung long-range headshot just goose down to 8.
Couple of them low now, so I understand the swing, you just get it done, you try and build a bit of confidence, but don't want to overplay it, and they don't know the exact HP of these final 2. Try and keep as many bodies alive, deny that plan to get yourself a pistol around M80.
It is an interesting one with the recent match and affair these guys have played, isn't it? Like a team that you've just recently played a full 5-map best of 5 against, and then you're now battling for a spot in the next stage of the major.
Yeah, I don't want to shy away from the Daps factor. He's definitely impressed more than I would have given credit for, but we can talk more about his prowess as a player in a moment, because these final 2 kills about to come in. Hex will silence him, and George will follow. Daps only played at 2 majors in his time, right? I think it was Cologne 2016, Katowice 2019, and now in 2025 he's playing, right? He's officially playing.
You can hear that void, you know, you can do the maths yourself.
But he's been playing throughout, right? You know, he had a moment where he stood in for Liquid, he was the coach there, then we got Genji, right? There's a whole bunch of teams. So if you take a look at Daps' history as a player, he's been in and out of the server, right, every year or every second year. So it's not like he's too unfamiliar with putting the crosshair in the right direction. It's not a coach that is from the ancient days of 1.6 or 1.5. This is a guy who's been actively playing recently.
But the question is, and it's the same I presented to you previously, is, you know, you would expect the team that has their 5-man roster to beat them, right? If it was
the fact they beat FaZe, I can't. Look, watching FaZe play today against NIP, That looks like a sinking ship, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, again, the expectation is, and the pressure is on M80. I think for them, the fortunate factor is losing that matchup that you highlighted. Because regardless of the DAPS factor, you want revenge. You're not coming in here thinking this is just another match that you should be taking care of. This is, oh, hold up, bro. Cheeky by him. All right, get something out of the eco. Hexter's going to be spewing with that one. But 2-0 start for M80. Yeah, so you're going to come in laser focused. You're going to want revenge, and you're going to want that spot. Over in stage 2, join FlyQuest, who just made their way only moments ago. We got some names over there like the Astralis of the world, the Auroras, your Navis, Tyloo's over there, MIBR, the list goes on. But we need to get 8 teams from stage 1 to join that stage 2 to continue the sifting process as we look for gold here in Budapest. The guns are out.
Yeah, let's see what Sonic can get up to. He goes looking, loses vision. Diligent from M80, not playing ahead. Results in Sonic retreating with just 25 points of health. Slacks, that's nasty to start. Quick flick into George, catches him on the pole. Immediate mid-pressure though. That smoke immediately has Lake investigating, and it's a good response. You can see Simple throws out a smoke, pushes through theirs, and confirms that mid is still under their control. Ooh, speaking of control, Swish, he's not content with just a passive long setup. He's actually tucked very far forward on the long doors.
Yeah, they're playing retake A right now. So,
ouch.
Well, goes from bad to worse there. Great stuff from Hext. Pops up, takes down Bro. And now at this point, even if you do give over the site, oh dear. Okay, I was gonna say, even if you do give over the site, you can play the 5v3 retake.
Makes directly underneath Dabs. Might actually have the U-model covering it. Yeah, that's nasty. Sure, you got the plant, but a 2-on-4, it's not within M80's wheelhouse to fumble this one. Sonic would have to hit some crazy taps, jiggle out, confirms his presence. Sin gonna make it life difficult for Sonic. He actually does take Hexed. Exotic in the clutch, and Exotic in a grave.
Right, well, hopefully we get to say a lot of his name throughout this. There's some conversation in the stratosphere around Exotic, one of 19 rookies at this major. It's not like there's too much experience of major players in the server for either side, right? Bro only played his first with NRG back in Austin. Having to turn to North America to find the success he would be hoping for.
That one's going to feel good for Swisher. Suddenly I'm in like a North American
We're
pub.
in TeamSpeak, okay, well that's nice.
Oh, betting partner.
All right, well it is a partial. Xbox smoke and door smoke, so diligent stuff. It's going to deny the ability for Slacks to break these smokes and poke on him with the AWP. Is it a mid to B or a short go? That's the question.
Yeah, quite quick up short. Lake on the ramp side. Slacks going to play for that first shot. Doesn't hit it. A nice wide swing from the Tech 9, but taken down by the Clash. Lake connects. Lake burning. And M80 fragging. Just as easy as that. Flying through the rounds are M80. But now the guns will come back.
Yeah, I was going to say, you hope this has legs, right? Because you don't want it to be as quick and easy. Well, maybe you do if you're an M80 fan.
Sure.
The Fluxo series, right? They are going to be having a tough time going forward. When you look at the teams who are in, well, what is the rest of
the 2-1 bucket,
right? It's tough.
Yeah.
It's not going to get any easier. We'll see how favorable the draw is to them. Slacks posted up, might go for a late sweep. Exotic announces the presence of his AWP that will also liberate Slacks to get a little bit more aggressive. Walking through this. Hello.
Yeah, he's too busy focused on Sui. Don't know if he even caught Sonic.
Sin on the reload. Does Sonic want to waltz on through? Not through that grey screen. So Sin will join Hext on B. Slacks now reposes to join Lake on A, and Swish still has long. Looks like an A split. Georgian daps out long, the other three through short.
What's nice is that Slacks has arrived just in time to dispatch of the opener. Daps goes looking long. And George is going to suffer a similar fate if he dares try it. He's got to wait for the pressure to be amplified on A, and right now they're just staring at a smoke. In fact, look at this from Swisher. He's going to bring the fight forward. George versus Swisher confirms a second body.
50 seconds. They can see reroute on the mid to B right now, but their biggest issue is util. Sonic can smoke it, but that's really all.
Oh, Exotic could AWP it. Lake's actually active on that with an AK. Mid smoked. Pressure applied. Bro making the move. Flank from Swisher is quick, but he won't be able to get the backstab immediately. Sin will be under scrutiny here. Set up with Hengst.
Oh,
down they go.
well.
Good flank from Swisher though, as we discussed.
Bomb
And that's a nice transfer. Catches Bro in the window. Bomb does fall into a Sonic, falls into the site, falls in his favor. He's only got 13 points of health, and he's poking his nose out the window. Triple kill from Swisher in that round. How does the long player get 3 kills on a mid to B go?
Yeah.
Very impressive.
You could see that they were forced into it, even though it did look like the right call of the scenario. They identified the CT so that they understood they could isolate those B fights. Swisher's, I say, preference to play within those long doors has come off and paid dividends right there, so well done from him. But since the pistol, there's been no opening kills for NRG. So in the string of 4 since the pistol for M80, it's opening frags a one-way street. We do get a tack timeout, but there's no coach behind NRG because he's in the server. So this will give them an extra 30 seconds to have a conversation about how they want to march forward.
Well, your coach can talk all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So that's a real luxury.
It's a buff, I suppose.
If you think about it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Daps has been pulling his weight, you know, up until this point.
For sure.
Up until this point, I mean, we're obviously...
And now he's going to get a kill that we've said that, so that's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you wouldn't look at Daps and go, oh, you know, he's struggling more than a normal
He's not a
game
burden,
leader would.
yeah.
But you could see, and he even said himself, his aim was a little bit shaky in certain circumstances. He's had a couple of weeks lead time of knowing this whole Nitro scenario. Well, Nitro had 9 months lead time, so I guess maybe they had a bit more than that.
Yeah, you probably got the heads up when you opened the calendar and did the maths.
Oh, wait, hold up a second.
Hold your horses.
Oh,
no, they can't get out long. No, and Swisher's in the server, sprays them down. Quick, easy, efficient fragging.
He's at 9-1 right now. So this one's quick. Also got that B stream going on with the elimination games. I might go in and check in on what's been happening there. Have been laser focused on what we've got on our plate. Game Legion versus Rare Atom has come to its conclusion. I'll let you go find that on your own. And they've got the Huns versus Lin Vision coming up next. And they're just going to punt this one in. No dramas as Hengst will constrict Sonic's movements, gets the final kill, and all 5 staying alive. A dream start for M80. Their map choice.
It was Scout, it was Scout.
Nice getting the listen in right there. We get the highlight of Swish just locking them down at long. But yeah, we got Mirage up next. And that's something that M80 are on, well, when we passed their game, it became 11 in a row. When they beat Paravision, it became 12 in a row. So they're going to be feeling extremely confident, especially if they pick up map number 1 to just get this done in 2. All right, is there anything that will spur us forward with excitement for NRG in this one?
I just think for NRG's T side, the fact that every time you've tried to venture long, it's just been a complete catastrophe. It started on the pistol, bearing in mind, you know, very long-centric. We've seen you walking into the AWP, we've seen you walking into the Swisher spray. Your T side options suddenly feel quite limited.
Yeah, and then establishing a default and getting the short control, you've been given it, but you've lost kills on extremities. So right now, Bro drops out the lurk smoke. Sonic and Daps erupt to grab the short control. So like overseeing business with the late town piece of this on the AWP. But going through the motions, but already light on nades. They have smoke short. That's going to help them path forward against Slacks' AWP. Slacks is playing deep long. So Swish and Lake in combination will have to deal with the short plate. George coming to join them now with the bomb, and a well-timed smoke dropped at sub 50 seconds.
I mean, Slacks is so disconnected. He won't be, you know, game helper by the time they're committing.
Are they going, or are they just hoping to keep them in a 3-2 split?
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
They want the mid to be.
Okay.
Oof, jump again.
Yeah, he's got the info. Sin knows he's going to have a lot to do. Exotic picks up Swish. Nice shot from Sonic. Looking like they could buck through. Yep, they broke it in. Broke from the backstab. George has got the bomb through. Slacks is all last seen top mid. Exotic got brought down, so a 1v3 quickly becomes a 1v2 for the German sniper. Elects to take the AK for the clutch.
Very winnable.
Making his way forward, he has a single flashbang that could prove useful.
There's lots of time now, but if he doesn't get a wriggle on after this smoke, that's going to slip by quickly.
Yeah, just as easy as that. Bro's ready for it, turns the flash. So NRG are on the board. You know, we were talking about the likelihood of this one being a game. A couple more from NRG. And it's game on.
Check their mic scenario there, Bro pointing that out, but just a sheer lack of kills for NRG within these first 6 rounds does mean that there is plenty of cash in the coffers, so there's 2 more buys available for M80 before they're broken. As we catch it again in the highlight, good AWPing from Exotic. That's what we want to see. This is direct, 4 players over towards tunnels early. Might want to just set this up for a B execute behind the block utility.
Okay, well, they're going to stand and bang, and it's worked out for them. Hext and Sin open up the account.
I think you rumble now. I don't think you can go.
Sin nearly burned down there, forced to deploy his smoke defensively.
Sonic's got some space.
And if NRG do kind of, you know, find their footing, that's something we'll be saying an awful lot of. Sonic does a lot with low resources. Okay, Flash slacks off of his search. Sin on that low HP goes looking.
Lake's got nothing to block with.
Here's Sonic. Short sight, tries to catch Lake. He does tuck into ramp just in time. Geeky Flash, good swing with that. Slacks has managed to catch Sonic. 5 on 3, he hears their commitment. Rounding this goose corner, it's going to be weird. Is it Slacks that goes first here? Daps in the meantime, removing one of the B players. A lovely move from Slacks, just jumps up. Drags Exotic. Jordan is dead too. Slacks has done it on his own here.
Just appears.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. He knows it. He accepts his fate. Will bring through a rifle. And a 7-1 scoreline. So very brief celebrations for NRG. Straight back to M80.
So Exotic's the only man to bring them openings. One was on the pistol, and then was on the rifle round they converted. Here they lose the opener, and then the round kind of with it. The fact that they can't catch Sin, who's going to play in his own smoke. This is great from Slacks, though, isn't it? The first one for Sonic, that one was nasty. Third one of the George confirms the round, and oh, okay, well, there is going to be a bit of banter. These teams know each other quite well. Hex once wore that jersey.
Nice lurk, coach.
It's good fun, good banter.
It is good banter.
And Hexter's joining Lake, right? So the 2 of them in the server, they definitely could lay down the law in that department. The 2 of them have got big mouths. And Hexter's got bigger output since he's joined this team. I was always a bit like, well, you know, he's mid. But in this team, I feel like he produces a bit more than he has previously, old Hext. Our official betting partner. Well, Slacks' AWP has just been a nuisance, hasn't it? He's posted up long, gets Swisher and Pit. Lake aggressive. He's very aggressive.
Yeah, he wants to fight.
Well, at least he did. It wasn't with the W key, but he was leering forward. Backed off now that he's heard the presence. Into B smoke early from Sonic. They really want to be able to condition long, and you've already brought it up. They haven't been able to get out. And Swish, what a nuisance. Those sound cues go a long way in informing what's on the other side. It's tough when you're playing Dust 2 and you're able to get short control, or you're able to get out the mid to Bs, but you're not converting a lot of rounds. It's like, oh, mate. You normally have to do a lot of work just to get that territory, and then not being able to find the finish off the back of it. So this is feeling miserable. M80 are running away with things. Lake's playing for mid to B. Slacks is playing ramp. Swish has got long on lock. Hexton Sin still partnered up on B. Got the flash at the ready. Smoking a couple of mollies. Here's to go.
You got Slacks, a flash to his face. Pops up, does not connect. They've closed the gap. NRG starts strong. Bro with the opening. Lake unable to find anything there. Swisher on the long side. Swisher and Slacks get the job done. It's big from Bro though. Triple so far. Does enable the plant.
This is the B defenders. They know that.
Sin's quite quick to long side. Bro may be exposed. He's low HP as well, so going to have to cower behind that default box. He selected a good angle for this, though. He can peek on in. Oh, he had the advantage. It's up to Daps.
This is your time, coach.
A coach clutch. An opportunity. Oh, and he times it to perfection. Just one more for Dabs. Stabilize the aim a little. Just 10 more. Go on! Dabs has clutched up!
Damien Steele, take a bow, son. Second round. You convert after you get into the side. Bro gives you the opener and it puts a smile on your teammates' faces. Nitro's not here, but remember, yesterday, that's no problem.
Okay, I'm doing spheres.
And nonchalant about things. That shaky aim on display, but regardless, that's the result he was looking for.
Yeah, that's the most biased casting I've done so far. But I mean, you've got to feel the energy.
We all see a little bit of ourselves in that,
don't we? 100%, Chad. That was a Machini TV clutch if ever I saw one.
Well, Slacks is getting a little bit more jarring. He's got himself a buffer to play around these mid smokes, but actually still on long.
Ooh, not easy shot to hit. Heck, does get away with his life. It's one thing I'll say about Exotic. Watching his gameplay, he definitely does not play scared, regardless of the stakes in this affair. Ooh, just a leg shot. Look at him go! He's actually got the opener. Sure, Sin trades. But B-side likely weak. Slacks might want to try and tend to that. You can see he's active towards this mid-line, investigating the doors. Just the Chris of the crisscross smokes.
Looks like a B finish. There's still plenty of time to reroute, but with the bomb and upper on, Sonic's walking through.
Yeah, that low HP, Bro's just going to be demanded to trade. Bro has to do something. He's been really empty-handed on these B finishes. Even these B starts. Sin. Oh, they're lining up. They're just lining up. He doesn't have any issues. Doesn't see anyone, but gets 2 kills.
Might have to be the save now, boys. Just hold on to these AKs.
Bleak.
You got 30 seconds as well, and Swish has already taken a lot of map control by pushing through long, so you are really in a box right now. You're going to walk into the AWP as Slacks.
So positionally, was the plan there just to play the fade?
Yeah, I think they were hoping to catch them off guard while they were either searching elsewhere or playing a different position. Daps has the AWP bullet whistle by, and now we're just going to be holding on to these guns. So 8-2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a statement from M80 to start off this series. It's NRG's map pick as well.
They are hunting, and this could be after time.
Bro holding on to his AWP. Oh, just in time.
I'm surprised the swing didn't come in for the immediate trade there on that set. Like, I am so surprised that who was the other player in T-Spawn there?
I didn't catch it. Oh, you mean for the trade off the Bro
why are you
frag?
not swinging immediately? It's the AWP.
He's bolting
what
right
are you
now.
Doing? Yeah, look, it doesn't matter. You're winning. I'm just a little bit curious right there. What happened?
What stopped you?
Yeah, well, they're owning them.
Look at this smorgasbord from NRG.
They're getting a long pop, I think. Do you think we should go?
Yep, okay. Well, Slacks is here and he's ready on the blue bin. He gets one. Swisher as well with the contribution and just, I mean, it's just Groundhog Day for them.
Shut down, denied.
Every time you go long, you end up losing the bomb, no less, as well. Hence the spam. They want to make retrieval of that as difficult as possible, but already, I mean, the round has just begun, but NRG are walking with a limp, a peg leg.
Kills between them right now. Bro with the most, Daps with a clutch. Exotic with a couple of openers. But a 3v5, and he's out mid. M80 are playing this by the book. We've got 2-man advantage, we don't need to overstep, we don't need to fight. If you're deaf and you're sitting in that chair, you're going, yeah, you're just nodding along. You're nodding, you're happy. You know, everyone's getting a gold star today.
And Swisher keeps saying, still got bomb.
Yeah.
Still got bomb.
Problem is a lot of these rounds felt like they've been over in the first 25 seconds. So now with 40 seconds left, they will just peter on in and get taken out one by one. It's ugly, but Lake will find the trade. And now Exotic looking for the save. Surely take it away from him this time, lads. Dink and dead. There you have it. Okay, 92. Another drubbing on the cards right now. Schedule fans can't believe it.
This is outrageous.
Rapid. Just going to go down and explore the 2-1 bucket of how it currently stands, because that's where the loser of this series will be falling.
Fluxo, Legacy, Bait, NIP, Fnatic, and the loser of this. It's been a rough showing for the European team so far at stage 1 of the Starladder Budapest Major. Let's hope that they can pick up their socks. Final round forced by. In through lower. Late looking to take a fight. Sin's close mid doors as well, so if it is crisscross into mid to B, they are perfectly poised for this.
Oh, free headshot, Sin does well. Exotic does better. Nice trade, but that's not what you want to be seeing. Leave him alone. He's on your team. Puts down Exotic. Lake's on the very edge of that smoke. Maybe George can get funky with it. Yeah, this is inspired. However, Lake's kind of ahead of the play now.
Yeah, he read him. Now you're coming through the grey screen.
Just too easy, isn't it? George looking the wrong way. Shaping up nicely. Just looks like double digits on the half. NRG picking this map, and it does seem to be more than comfortable for M80. A Sonic 1v2.
Hasn't had his moment yet.
Something to celebrate. Next and Slacks are partnered up. Feels like guaranteed trade potential unless he hits that instantaneous headshot on the first. They're not even considering this walk. Yeah, back is turned, and M80, they find 10 already. NRG's territory, and they've only got 2 rounds to boast. Is this where that Cinderella story starts getting brought back to reality? We'll find out after the break. Dust 2 continues, and it's a bleak outlook for NRG. Sure, you've already turned heads. You took scalps. FaZe Clan falling to NRG in a best of 1, but now you find yourselves here. It's a winner's game, and M80 certainly feel like they are winners today. On your opponent's pick, you already find 10 rounds, just 3 to take it away from them. And that would be halfway home to stage 2.
You get the pistol, we'll throw in the towel, and we'll quickly get on to Mirage, where you're currently 12 in a row. So the confidence brimming. Slacks posted up with the P250. George has had a very tough map, 1 kill to his name. And he put a bullet in the back of Exotic's head towards the tail end there. So the dots are not connecting in the way that he would hope, as Slacks has been looking sharp. Had some really nice AWP shots over on that first half. Hoping to do the same now. But right now this setup, Bro, George, and Sonic close by. So if it is a B play, which with Lake and Swisher rotating back over, it very much looks that way. So Sin will line up the smoke for the doors, then there'll be an entry flash, and they'll palm on in, see if they can flood the site. Oh, unfortunately, Bro's just left. George, this is on you, mate.
I think Bro's going to start being pulled back to the site.
Have to play through window. Oh, it's ahead of doors.
Nice shot. George does find late. Support required. Flooding in. Good catch from Swish. Long range. Bro still trapped outside of the site. Concedes the space. Exotic. Ooh, 2 chances. Brief. They don't connect onto the big box player. Shots are connecting from Sonic though. Charges into the site. Swisher hiding and actually evades them for a moment. They're onto the defuse though. Time is of the essence. Okay, NRG start off with a CT round, a necessary pistol converted.
I was on the POV of Slacks then. He got this like just stepped out, one tap with the USP into tunnels, but then Sonic does 2 of the same. So very nice shooting from Sonic. We said he hasn't had his moment yet, but there's some impact to help them get back in. This is it. Slacks back, strafes out, takes an exotic, but Sonic with immediate trades. Great shooting from the South African. And Bro, yeah, I said that he was going to have to play in through window. It was tough for him, but it was about the retake. Him just staying alive with that kit, facilitating that quick hold defuse. They're in with the force. A couple of Galils, Scout, and Tech 9s. Exotic plays forward on short. Sonic is jump spotting lower. George will worry about long from A, and Bro and Daps have to lock down this B bomb site. You've had the first stage of the round go by. There's been no CT aggression, no pushes up mid, nothing into lower tunnels. Now you can start whirring through and take the map control. Here comes Exotic.
Yeah, set up by that flashbang, and he was caught by the lower tunnels. Occupation down. He's not going to be happy with that one. Hex, however, very much will be.
They're crunched on A. No short, no long. Here comes the fight.
It's just George here. Oh, wow. Perfect angle over the top of the smoke. Catches late, just going for a walk, and George a leg breaker. Seems quite telegraphed as to where he's going to end up. Swisher doesn't want to reveal his position just yet. Let's Hex have a go. Bro, ready for him. Receives.
Should need some help.
Yeah, and it's going to be Sid that will replenish the mid-cross smoke. Slack's trying to provide some overwatch from the plateau of Long. He might meet Bro, you know. He's coming in for that long flank. Oh, nice shot. Sonic elevated. He gets a 2-piece. Slacks the last of all. Impressive scenes from NRG, at least in just dealing with the force bite.
Yeah, some nice shooting, and that's a confidence builder, right? This is a very tough comeback.
Can you drop one, Eric?
He can, and he did. So you're going to get hooked up with an M4. As we mentioned, for NRG, there was no pressure coming into this event because of Nitro unable to be here with the team. Daps having to stand in, but then you go 2-0 on day 1. You're a best of 3 away from locking yourself in for stage 2, and you're going up against a familiar opponent. The pressure exists now. It may have not yesterday, but when you went to bed with a smile on your face, you woke up with the reality of what today has in store. And as mentioned, same with Fluxo, you lose this game, you go down, it's going to get tough from here forward. There's a lot of opponents that you could be taking on that in best of 3s are going to give you a hard time. You see this eco that does actually have a little bit of investment behind it. And I'm not so interested in the pistol. Sure, they're going to help, but there are nades. So they could be smoking off the doors and flashing into B, trying to exploit the coach.
Dabs could get his eeks here. Eagle bullet doesn't connect. He confirms at least a couple. They're not going to be playing too scared either. Goes in for the re-peek onto Swisher's Deeg. Bro arrives in support as well. They're struggling to find them. Swisher! What is that? Double Deeg opens up B. Now that smoke enables a little bit more than just a couple of kills. It could be a bomb plant. It could be around the pushing though. They're coming. Charging in. P250 unload. Oh, and just on the last bullet. Hex holds onto it just in time. Sonic dips away. Spams through the smoke to make it a 2-on-2. Low HP. 1 HP on Sonic. They can't seem to finish him off. Finally, Slacks fells in, but he got another as well. Slacks in the clutch and he delivers. Yeah. Naughty.
What a little sequence there. Take a bow, Swish, huge on the double dig.
And you're sitting there going, okay, yeah, so they're giving Daps some opportunities. They're trying to bait out nades so that when the explosion comes in, they're not stuck behind a smoke or a bottle of flames. And they did exactly that. Now the smoke comes, now the flash follows, then swish. Sure, it doesn't happen without those deagle shots. And Slacks has to come up clutch, so beautiful work, 11 of 4. The story of the comeback dealt with already.
Oh, Sonic's throwing caution to the wind here with some early aggression. Makes no secret that he's in the tons, and you can see Hex's reaction is the only one. Falls back, relays the information. Very light on long, but the block smoke was thrown, and it seems Swisher and Lake are going to respect it for now.
It's how much information did Hex get? He definitely knows about the lower push, but he may have heard one in upper, so maybe you know there's 2 players, maybe 3, depending on those sound cues, but you don't need to take a risk. You know that right now you have the firepower advantage. They've had to force back in. They are rejigging, so from lower and upper all the way to 4A, we got to fight.
There's the flash to start it, swinging on in. Swisher receives him comfortably. George has the M4 though. Gonna need to see him do something with that. Daps forced forward by the flame, does very well to find Late. Now George, is your moment. Double from George.
Bombs loose, they need to get this back.
Yeah, Slacks is gonna try. He's just walking through the smoke. No, there's a flash coming through as well. George will be caught by this. He is, doesn't matter though, tracks him while blind. The flash connected onto both of them, Exotic and George.
Molly might do it.
Yeah, I think it might, but he's actually just managed to get away in time.
And Bro's locked the door.
Hex might go looking for the way out, and Bro's got the angle. NRG find it over a bottle immediately. So sure, it doesn't feel good to be losing to a couple of pistols and some nades, but you immediately fight back.
Good stuff from George. Remember, 1 kill in the first half. Now he's up to 7 in total, so 6 in the second half of play.
Can you do corner mic? Yes. Spot that front.
Okay. Something long-centric here. Asking Swish to smoke corner. Sin has the spawn. They could flash him out to get to blue bin. Rallier flashes Sin's out, but they're going to go through short. They're going to get crunched here in middle.
Ooh, especially if they turn their backs.
Bro's in lower.
Hang on, yeah, they're feeling the pressure. Bro does well to get the info and the kill. Swinging his Sonic, team kill, awkward. Swisher removing Hex. Zotic, nice one. Actually finds 2 on the swing. Swisher was brought low by Bro. And so M80, this one's over before it really begins.
And Sin went for the entry to take the long space. He was hoping to get in a fight or get the space. He got the space, but no fight. It's the setup for NRG that wasn't ready for that type of a play, but was serving the purpose for that type of a play.
And you can see how that would have got uncomfortable if it wasn't for Bro's chip in. Like, as in, if those 2 of them, they could have got overwhelmed, a quick Tech 9 double dink, and things fall apart. But no, Bro, with his lower aggressions, managed to really put a thorn in their side and a spanner in the works.
Yeah, what you're hoping, I think, if you're M80 with that type of a call, you get the corner smoke in, and you hope that they fight maybe on that second timing, right? You get the door smoke in, the blue bin molly, then the flashes, you play ahead, or you wait on the corner behind the smoke, you maybe break it, try and catch them crossing pit. Essentially, this means resources dedicated towards long. But the round with the opener that NRG called meant that they were in positions to try and stifle that. So it's kind of easy to brush that off if you're M80. It sucks, and you want to get this map over and done with quickly because you've been running away with it. Mirage up next, but you're going to have to hold your horses for a moment longer. Next will be the Eco. Oh, Dink puts one on notice, but...
Hang on. He really had a chance for 2 there.
Good output from Sin.
Yeah, he's not going to get what he wanted.
So as mentioned, it'll be the Eco now, and this is one of those tough opportunities where there's really not a whole lot you can say about this. Maybe they have another Deagle for Swish that they can pull out. Slacks could go in with a hero AK-47, but I'm sure he wants to get the AWP out to try and seal the deal, get this done quick as you like. So all in all, will just be a couple of upgrades.
Yeah.
They're going to get a couple more best of 3s, these 2 teams, regardless of the outcome right now. So when you look at the players within these rosters, nobody's played more than, I think, 2 majors. So this being the 3rd for some of them.
Right.
When you put that in consideration, their experience at this type of competition, the reason I put that emphasis is the pressure of a major. It's hard to define when there's so many events going on year round, and we know that there's some of a higher caliber, but it's the tension that comes with the quote-unquote World Cup, yes. Right? There's a whole lot more on the line and what you want to prove. Everybody wants that medal in game.
Oh, yeah,
that's a long way away from stage 1. You're going to have to win a lot of games at Counter-Strike from this point forward if you want to get there.
I mean, Swish's Deeg's already impressed. So I'm not ready to write him out, even if it is very low probability. Especially considering they're doing this silently.
I do like the fact that Sin is always bringing in a PC utility. It feels very big-esque, which once upon a time he was a part of.
School of Gob.
Right, so, but definitely with a better flair than what anything bigger up to. Opening kill for Sonic.
Nice shot from Exotic.
Might get the bomb down.
No, it certainly will make things difficult. Nice tracking on the next, and even a Molotov frag as well.
Pushing a barrel right now.
He wants the fourth, but his teammates are going hunting for it. Sonic doesn't want to give anything away.
Imagine if there's such thing as a good North American AWPer. Last one of those was Skadoodle?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
it's been some time.
Exotic looks like he's got a bit of Skadoodle about him.
He has got a little Skadoodle about him.
All right, here he is. Your favourite.
Mr. Jackson.
Rory Jackson. All right, lads. Guns come out now. We've got the all for slacks. Let's just play a standard round. 11 to 7's the scoreline. Let's not let him back in. Remember, no, actually don't. Don't mention the coach. Keep the coach out of your mouth.
I think that'd probably be wise at this point. But yeah, you had your flying, comfortable CT side. You know how good it feels where NRG are currently residing. You got a 10-2 half, so you just have to be able to do better than 2.
And you've already snatched away essentially an eco win. So you're already, in my mind, halfway there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, let's just, I mean, likely the sentiment being, let's just do it on the guns, as of course with a little bit more of a strategic flavor.
Slacks is getting boosted up with the AWP. Oh, well, he was meant to be so late to this. Just to cover off the lower tunnel crawl. Oh, I love this. Straight off the guts.
Oh, but Bro gets bested. And no trade available, but Exotic's committed to this. I love it, I respect it, and he's ready for the trade. It's belated, but Slacks is caught.
Gotta worry about Lower. George needs to help him out here.
Oh, you're right. Lake should have the punish here. Oh, good shot from Lake. There's the George onto Hex frag. He knows Lake's there as well. Flash to support. Should back away.
Good push from Daps into upper tunnels. Constricts the space right now and helps triangulate the position of where this finish is going to come through. Now he's pushed through to T spawn. Lake looks aware that the push is possible. Sin slinks down mid, Swish will join him. So Sonic has long, George backs off to A. There's a gaping void for the mid to B right now. And Daps, does he play to contain or does he keep on pushing?
It's the back turn of Lake. Lovely positional counter-strike out of Daps. But if that's the Bianca, surely mid to B is the open runway, they say. As Sin and Swish go charging.
They have a smoke. They want to use it for tunnels or doors. I think just get somebody back plat or back sight and use the smoke doors to try and channel them in through window. Hold on to that for as long as you can. So yeah, they are just going to play some jiggles, get the info, and then hold on to this smoke. This will force these choke points. So I love this from Swish right now.
It's going to feel really uncomfortable despite having that man advantage.
2 in through upper tunnels.
And so getting that info throws out the tunnel smoke to block.
They need to fight the mid to B player now.
Okay. Sin's ready. George, a dead man. Swish provides. Another from Swish. Falling into place now. Sonic up against it. No time for this. Sin has got it just by virtue of being alive in the 1v1, and M80. Sure, you did it with pistols. Now you've done it with guns. 12 on the board.
I love some of the little decisions being made from Swish right now. It feels like he has a very good read of these situations. He's had some great impact throughout. He was the man locking down long round after round, and now we're in the second half. In both of the rounds they've got so far, he has found impact. So just one more required to get them across the line. Just look like in a 2v3 disadvantage situation, it looked calm.
I mean, it's so clear that M80's comms are flowing, right? The fact that Daps kills Lake and immediately they put it 2 and 2 together.
Those are feel-good rounds.
Can they just quickly string them together, or is it going to be laborious?
Exotic wants to be a jarring force again against the default, this time postured forward on short. Do they molly him back, or do they try and flash off this line? Either way, he's on the line.
Ooh, jiggled out. It's a nice move from Lake, leading the charge here. A mid to be smoked, but he's hearing steps on short. Trying to decide where his attention is more valuably dedicated to.
He's restricted from rotation right now, is Exotic.
Yeah, Bro's got to be careful. They're coming his way. Gets the info. They're accelerating. They are charging. Daps has got a big test ahead of him. He's eating the flash, but he hasn't been checked. He hasn't been checked. Oh, nothing from him, but it's enough for Bro to find 2. Oh, another 2 on 3, this time actually favoring the T side. Looks like M80 have done enough. Sonic and George don't dare push through the CT smoke, and so time will be very thin before they even get going.
Yeah, it feels like they're riding to the wall right now.
It
sure,
does.
They've got the kit, but even still, now that the replenish has come through, you're being diligent, you're making sure no one's going to shoot you in the back, but every second you waste clearing this out is 1 second less to get into that site and get on the bomb. More utility to block. Call this one done.
done indeed. Sonic the last to fall, NRG's pick, and it's only 7 is all they have to boast. A step closer for M80, just one map now separating them from the second stage here at the Starladder Budapest Major.
First game we started insane, went 10-2 on the CT. We gave them the chance to go 12-11. I think important is that we took it home at the end.
Being able to represent NA as the one of 3 NA teams is something we're grateful for.
We messed up everyone's pick'ems and it feels great. We're here to just play.
There's a foundation and then there's a way that you can play Counter-Strike so that you consistently are good.
For me personally, definitely playing with more confidence, and I think my teammates are as well.
Everybody knows the calendar, so we're gonna have extra energy from everybody coming up and combine it with the stage. It's not granted to play in front of the stage. We are very composed, but very hyped if things go good, so that's helping us a lot to keep the energy up and be focused on the game.
I would say our game plan was really just not overthink anything and play how we know how to play.
The Germans, they definitely helped with a little bit of everything, game sense, being fast, taking accountability. I feel like a lot of NA players don't take accountability.
Every mistake matters so much more. We're just trying to keep it simple.
I want to be the best team in the world. I'm not happy with just qualifying the major. I want to be making stage 3. I want to be making playoffs.
It just feels great to start great because it just gives you so much confidence.
This is the fucking time.
Anybody can beat anyone. That's why the storylines of majors are so special, and that's why it's the best tournament of the year.
It'll be fun for sure. Their plan is to win. I think they'll feel the pressure more. Also knowing that our coach is kind of fragging out. So.
Whether they cheer for us, whether they cheer for the enemy, we're going to be absorbing all this energy from the fans. This energy, everybody gets leveled up. We have some hype men in our team too, so I think they especially will gain a lot from it.
I love this game, and I love everything about it. It's just insane.
Playing with the coach, the expectations aren't very high, so we definitely have leverage in that way.
If you don't ban Mirage, you see what happens.
I think today's going to be a good day.
It's winner take all, and nothing else kind of matters in the year.
Hopefully you guys have practiced a little bit.
There's going to be no mercy. We're going to leave it all in the server.
Dabs is coming for you.
You're watching the Starladder Budapest Major, and of course it's NRG up against M80. M80 has just taken NRG's map pick, and I love during the break that you heard Swisher from M80 talk about how important it is being one of 3 NA teams here at the Major is such a big deal. Well, boy, you're one map away from being one of those NA teams in stage 2, and he's doing all the work to make sure they can get there.
Yeah, I mean, I love M80 as a team, just the vibe that they bring out, the energy they bring, and they're just so hyped. And every single player on that roster can have X factor, can have impact, and I think they're very, very even. But also, if you look from this game, NRG versus M80, I would argue that we almost have an individual to individual. M80 wins across the board.
And they definitely prove that in this one. I mean, I feel like every single M80 counterpart looks superior to the NRG mirror match on the other side of things. I feel like M80 just turned on a switch this season. I feel like it was kind of a little bit of a move with trepidation when they decided to get rid of Rek, who I always thought was very reliable, to switch it on with Hext. But they have way more energy now. The communication looks a lot more polished. They're playing off of each other in better ways. I think the mid-roundings even improved too. So many aspects of their game leveled up in ways that I don't know if Hext directly contributed to that, but having one extra voice definitely seems to give this team a huge bolster.
But it feels like Hext has contributed to that. I mean, he struggled when he joined in the early beginnings, where he couldn't really find his impact, find his role as well. But now that he's settled in and actually contributing in the fragging department as well, they just look like a powerhouse from NA right now.
I'm not going to let you guys get away with this so easily. You spoke about the player-to-player comparisons.
Yes.
Give us some examples. Walk us through.
Well, obviously we have Sonic v. What's the counterpoint? Lake. I think Lake has just been really just shredding everybody in this stage 1. I mean, there was one where we maybe said that there's a possible toss-up, and that would definitely be the op v op matchup. I think Slax has proven over the course of the season, maybe the year even, he's a more stable force But for Exotic, he's got a lot more potential in my eyes. But, I mean, you go IGL v IGL. I'm taking Sin over Daps today, even though Daps has kind of surprised me pleasantly. And I feel like the supporting cast with
Hex
George,
and Swisher.
Bro, yeah, with Hex and Swisher versus George and Bro, today I'm easily taking Swisher and Hex.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Fair point. Obviously, let's talk about what we had a chance to see with Swisher and what he was doing. Because this is a player that a couple of months ago, Maui, I was in agreement with a lot of people who were saying, oh, maybe his time here is done. He has leveled up so much in the last few months to get to this point.
There was a real case that it actually should have been Swisher out the door instead of Rep in the offseason, but then they decided to stick with Swisher, and I mean, he has totally leveled up his individual mechanical ability. Some of these, and I love that in the green room, I think Devilwalk pointed out the fact that he goes anti-flash, gets the spray. This is a moment where Swisher of 3 months ago does not hit that. No shame to the guy. I played with Swisher actually back in 2020-21. We were teammates, and I wasn't seeing that. And even earlier this year, I wasn't seeing that. So whatever happened in terms of, because he talked about the Germans making sure that everybody took accountability, I think they just said, Swisher, get in the damn DMs. And he has been thriving at this event so far because of it.
Yeah, and I think moving on to the next map of Mirage, we're gonna see even more of this supporting cast. I think I love M80, what they do. Hexed on the B side, you gotta be aware for the B pushes. But they're not scared to throw extra men towards that kind of, gambling on A side in gun rounds, gambling on middle in gun rounds. I think that's what I love about M80. They have kind of the balls to change the outcome of rounds.
We've got a little opportunity to see Swisher one more time on that Deagle. What did you think of this, Maui?
I mean, it was just sublime. I feel like that's the word I'm using to describe Swisher. Sublime Swisher, this whole event. I mean, beyond that, though, just kind of talking about the importance of having a guy that's looking this sharp. I mean, when we do transition into Mirage, his reads against Bait yesterday on Mirage, lurking out Palace, were just perfect. He was walking through smokes, catching people in the side of their heads. As soon as anybody on the map in middle, say it's Lake, say it's Sin, are creating any semblance of a distraction, and he knows that a support flash is being thrown over from the guy playing around triple, Swisher just immediately swings, calls him out. He called out, I'm pretty sure he called out Jame also at one point too. I mean, there were just some really, really surprising moments with how dialed in Swisher has been at this event. I think he's really, there's a few X-Factor players for their team, but I think Swisher, Hex on the extremities both have opportunities to pop off.
Yeah.
Does NRG have a mountain to climb if they want to try and equalize this series?
I think so, but if anything is going to get them to that point where they have a chance on the second map, they need Exotic to kind of get to the peak of his performances to really carry this team. Like we saw him against, FaZe, for example. We saw him against NIP, where he absolutely demolished on the server, got them entries, got their support riflers more space to kind of work with. So a lot of weight is on his shoulders. I would also look, towards Sonic. He needs to be fragging out, he needs to be vocal in his team, and he needs everyone to be sharp.
And the one saving grace for NRG going into Mirage is that their mid-defensive trio hasn't been disrupted by the fact that Daps is standing in. He's going to be likely just towards the B-bomb side, playing the anchor. And then you still got Bro, Sonic, Exotic, all three of them just going to be still that trifecta for trying to stop the Lake Sin push towards middle. And we know that M80, they love getting mid-control. Like, they love trying to get Lake into window, trying to get Sin up Connor up the short side. So a lot of the plays from M80 are going to meet face-to-face with the NRG core, the fragging core. The problem is, M80 are on a 12-map win streak on Mirage right now. Like, it's been unbelievable to see the consistency that they have found by, in my opinion, just kind of modernizing that sort of Navi default approach that so many teams have tried copying and pasting from last year.
Not only are they on the win streak, on the other side, we have to remind everyone at home, NRG is playing with their coach.
Yeah.
This may be the moment where they finally feel that.
Yeah, I think the surprise factor is over a little bit for NRG. They came into the early games of day one, and a lot of people just maybe were overconfident going into an NRG matchup. Well, now M80, they're not letting their guard down. They're playing, full out, and I think that is a little bit of the problem for NRG. So yeah, I have M80 kind of highly favorites to take this 2-0.
I think all three of us are kind of sitting
Yeah.
on that side of the fence now, right?
Without a doubt. NRG on day one looked like, and obviously they're not a dead team, but it looked like a dead team buff team. I mean, the way that Daps was making live reads, walking through the smokes of opponents, or even their own smokes, I don't think that he was able to get away with nearly as many tricks in the first map. So map 2, I think M80 are going to clean him up.
Let's see if you're right, Maui. We're going into game.
Yes, indeed, we are flying into our second and potentially final map of the day. Little bit of a mirage, Chad. M80, this is their pick, and their pick for good reason.
Yeah, the Dust is discussing the, 12 in a row, looking for 13, and they beat NRG on this when they had Nitro. So I think there shouldn't be too many issues with Daps. See where this pistol goes, and then we'll get into a little bit more of the nitty and the gritty. 3 towards B, Exotic peppering through mid, and George A. And, well, unfortunately for George, they're all coming his way.
Yeah. I mean, George is in close proximity to the jungle. That's not gone well for him.
Where's his Jane?
Probably watching at home.
Bomb has been planted.
All right, well, the retake is on. Daps has a kit, has a smoke, and a flash. Just need to break through ticket. If they can get to the bomb, they can get the smoke on it, there's always a chance.
Where's that HE going, bro? Behind default would be nice.
Flash and defuse.
Hang on.
He's on.
They gets the nice backstab, and yeah, he's gonna peter out. Ooh, Sonic. He makes it more costly. Gets a couple of kills, stops it from being a completely clean sheet, but yeah, that's perhaps a sign of things to come here on Mirage.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 pistols for them so far, and I think this half will just be about going through the motions, right? Obviously, locked and loaded, wanting to get back to stage 2. That's where they found themselves M80 last major. This time starting at stage 1, having to go through the motions of the best of 1 into best of 3 Swiss stage. No! But I'll be honest, based off of the performance I'd seen from M80 throughout this year, it wasn't the same ones who were highlighting last year with Malbs and then late coming in, right? They were EPL merchants. They haven't really delivered the same level of punch. If you were coming into stage 1, I think you would have looked at names such as Gamer Legion, your Phases, Legacy, maybe Bait, as teams that you'd be considering to be part of the 8 moving on to stage 2. I don't think M80 or FlyQuest for that matter would be towards the top of that list. Now, they might be in the middle portion of that list,
sure, but
they'd be playing in the 2-2 games, not in the 2-0 games. So right now, the path of least resistance. You want to get from point A to point B as quick as possible. Well, it's a straight line and looking to get it done in straight sets. M80 have a technical timeout. So, all right, well, we'll slow things down.
I'm trying to see if I can get any sort of indication if it might be an audio or...
Well, we can't really see the other end. It's quite far away. On this end, it looks all right. Legs playing with his hair.
Everyone looks
Sin's
happy.
doing the same. Swish is looking right. He's looking left.
That's the hard-hitting analysis I've been looking for, Chad.
Thank you.
Exotic is warming his hands with a hand warmer.
Okay.
That's the play-by-play.
Def is playing knee drums. The official terminology.
It's interesting as well, you'll notice that not everyone is implementing the optional neck pillow.
Oh, okay.
It is an option, magnetic, removable.
Well, that does make placement quite convenient.
It's a joy. You know, you want to go diagonal, you want to go for a cheeky vertical, you can do anything you want with it.
Upside down?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's good options.
Don't know if the sponsor would be happy with that, but you could.
Well, Slacks has got his on. It's skew if.
Just the right
Lakes
amount.
looks very straight. Exotics is straight too. Sonic, as we can see, not using one. Him and Bro. Oh, what can he see? They're playing I Spy. They can't talk. I don't know if anybody knows that. Maybe you should. During the technical timeouts, you can't utter a word, unfortunately. Well, or fortunately, for integrity's sake.
You're allowed to take a sip of your drink, though.
Integrity Farms. All right.
Okay, looks like it was Bro related.
Well, I think maybe he wants something. Maybe he wants a beverage.
Perhaps, yeah.
Maybe he wants a hand warmer.
And here's proof they're not talking.
Yeah. Silence. We're going to hear clicks. We're going to hear keys. Well, we can see them moving around the server.
Yeah, the server restarted, so that might have at least an indication that the delay is being resolved.
I'm I'm just taking a look right now over on the B stream. That is with Jason Moses O'Toole and Adam Dinko Hawthorne. We are seeing the likes of the Huns taking on Linvision in a 0-2 game.
I don't know what happened to Linvision. I don't know where my expectations were warped, but
they lost the source.
They've lost the source completely. The source is gone. It's not even in the bottle anymore.
Same as Sonic. He's taking his headset off.
Okay, well, this isn't.
That's right. We're not talking about buys or anything like that, so it's all good. But you're right. It isn't a promising sign. If let's think about this. Zaka to Tyloo.
I mean, Zaka is the Chinese goat.
As I've been claiming.
That's yours.
Zaka to Tyloo in place of G. We love G. He loves ice cream. G could say as the mascot.
Yeah,
or
sure.
the sixth man.
Yeah.
Right.
Motivational.
You can do all that. Yeah. You get Zaka. He joins. He AWPs.
Mm-hmm.
Now we probably need to do something about attack.
Probably need to do something about attacker. What about?
Yep.
Let me just go through all the European free agents. I have a list in my head.
Okay.
You get one of them.
Okay. Well, that was great. Really good suggestion.
Thank you.
Zontix?
Oh.
He's big in China.
He is big in China.
They love him in China.
They do love him in China.
It would be the perfect fit. I don't know if he wants to learn Mandarin.
I don't know, man. I think Zontix and Magic to Spirit is my call.
Okay, wow. All right. Wait till you see Spirit this time. You know, time is what teams need, Alex. And I think Spirit will have had enough of it by the time they rock up here.
Oh, yeah?
They're, in my mind, the fourth string team.
Yeah. So that goes, what, Vitality?
So if we go power
Falcons,
rankings.
Furia. Well, yeah, power rankings, it would be what? Furia, Vitality,
Falcons,
Mouse, and then Spirit.
But you know how I feel about Mouse, so that's why.
Spirit.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
Wait, we are in Torji's homeland, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. I see a Torji fan. He's shown his Mouse jersey. Oh, dear. I apologize profusely. Looks like we are getting everything sorted, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we do have 10 players back in the server, which is a very, very promising sign.
The game state has been restored to as it was after the pistol victory.
It's a good job that's not brown noise.
True.
Then we'd have an even longer technical pause.
Just a bit of hum.
Just
like
a
your
hum.
fridge late at night. You wonder where that noise is coming from.
Have you seen those
here we go.
videos of, like, you know, when the nap at your grandma's house? And it's always like she had a loud clock.
Sure.
Loud clock, hum of fridge.
Yeah.
And you'd always sleep fantastically, but there was always just a
ambient noise.
menagerie of
you need to know something's going on.
Variety of noises.
You don't want to hear your heartbeat or anything crazy.
No,
like that.
thank you.
Shucks. It's still up. We just got booted. So they're resetting something. They're rejigging.
Okay, I'm going to see if there's a single player that's not moving. Hex is moving now. We do have a stationary lake. Could that... Daps is not moving. That's...
Yeah, but Daps is conserving energy.
No, you're right, yeah.
Daps is conserving a lot of energy. That's good water right there. Stay hydrated. Oh, I believe they got their bags, NRG. So that's why they weren't wearing their jerseys. That's why they had Starladder shirts on the media day, and then they had like this weird mix of jerseys.
Of like whatever
yesterday.
they could find.
But that's it. They were more ragtag. Now they're too uniform.
Yeah.
Right? You have to just be thrown together.
I mean, do you suspect that, like, you know, the desk sentiment of NRG kind of no longer being underestimated, combined with them being so tantalizingly close that you don't have that no pressure kind of tag anymore? Do you think that will compound into
that was some bot level stuff yesterday from NIP and FaZe, wasn't it?
It was.
What are we watching?
I don't know. It has me kind of, you know, feeling a certain type of way. Yeah. 'Cause it's like, this is the major, boys. You know, we've got favorites and they're falling. We've got... I mean, I feel like the major always has those underdog stories.
Of course, best of ones, you can have the upsets, but it feels like this one, right? All of the European teams have had a real tough go of things. Not a single European team was in a 2-0 game. Right? That's crazy,
FlyQuest
right?
are the first team into stage 2.
You have Australians, Brazilians, and then 2 North Americans. Sure, they have imports, but they still are from the North America, or from the Americas region, excuse me. So Europe is just in a tough spot. And if you take a look, if in the 2-1 bucket, you've got 2 Brazilian teams, you've got 3 European, and there'll be 1 American, so North American of one of these 2. And then the 1-2, you've got, what have we got, 2 more Brazilians, 3 Europeans, and it'll be 1 Asian, because it'll either be Linvision or the Huns. So
Europe down in the dumps right now. And I know the better European teams are in Stage 2 and Stage 3, but still, you expect the caliber of Counter-Strike to be higher, and you can chalk a lot of that up to BO1s in a way, but if you look at the quality of Counter-Strike, right, it's just that they haven't even looked like they've had their head screwed on straight. So, you know, I could say, oh, you know, they lost both pistols in a clutch and they lost the game. No, it's like they haven't even put the crosshairs in the right directions. They haven't been playing team-based CS, and that's a little bit confusing.
However, you know, you talked about the Ninjas in Pajamas and their underperformance. It does look like they kind of bounced back a bit today, right? Like that win versus NIP, 13-8 on Overpass. I think that was necessary as far as to regaining some confidence.
Against FaZe?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and for
FaZe,
it's the complete opposite.
Oh, and absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that right now. I mean, you need to look no further than for the community sentiment during a FaZe game. Just go look at any of the forums, your Reddits, your HLTVs. It's they're not pulling any punches. But that's because the expectations are so high.
Should we take questions from Twitch chat?
We should.
Okay.
Yeah, let's open it up.
Let me have a look. Who's owner watching? Owner's watching us. All right, let's take questions from owner's Twitch chat.
Okay.
Let's take over. Oh, he's watching videos. So maybe he can hear us behind the videos. But we'll take over his chat, we'll co-opt it.
Yeah.
And we will start taking questions. Any question? Nothing yet.
Can you hear us?
Still nothing.
That's okay.
They're all typing and spamming. He must have us on mute. Which is fair enough. I'd have us muted too.
Yeah.
I'll give him a couple more seconds and then I'll move to other different streaming platforms and chat options.
So we did lose our first team today, Chad.
Yeah, we did. Rare Atom.
Yeah, the Rare Atom boys.
Stuff.
I want to look at their results. As far as like, did they get close to a game? Okay, 13-11 is a game versus Imperial. And that Gamer Legion best of 3, how much was that? Okay.
Some people are typing in owner's chat talking to us. Someone said, hello, Sponge.
Okay, we're starting.
That is Liam G.
They can hear us.
Oh, I know Liam G.
He's always watching, Birchall.
Willie Vara's in there too. But he's just watching strange videos and stuff. So, look.
I mean,
we're watching him watching us.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah. He's watching a dude who's watching another dude.
Talk about some dudes.
Pretending to be some other dude.
All right, I think he's getting it now. It feels, oh no, he's watching badminton videos. Okay, well, we've given him a chance. We gave him a chance, and that's all we can really do, right? I think I gave him more chances than he probably deserved right there. So we're going to move off of him, and we're going to move to people who, you know, want to take part in what's going on right now. So give me a moment. I'll even go, you can even go HLTV threads.
I mean, there was a couple that were interesting.
Was it directed to us, though?
Not directly.
That's a problem.
Yeah, let's see what we've got. We've got FaZe disband for real.
Okay, well that is probably made by someone. Is it by Latvian loser?
No, it's just a kind of an emoji face.
Okay, we like those. We're in regular chat now. What's going on here?
How's your pick'em looking, Chad?
Great. Flyco's 3-0.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, that's true. You actually are.
I'm one of very few.
Well, you need 5, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're in a good spot.
I am in the worst spot.
Well, if the Huns get eliminated, I'll get 2 for the day.
Oh, you're laughing.
Well, they're doing all right, I think.
I had FaZe going through. I had Lin Vision going through. What was I thinking?
Arix Panther says, can you say happy birthday to my sister, Ashley?
Happy birthday, Ashley.
Look at that. We're like, what's that website? Fiverr?
Cameo.
No, that's the one.
I'm in.
Yeah.
100%.
How much do you need to wish happy birthdays?
Nothing.
Nothing?
A firm handshake.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure you get that. Funky Mo says, hi Sponge, hope you're having a nice day. You can direct things to Alex as well, guys. It's not just me. I'm the man reading. Oh, someone says watch Flom. Yeah, we could do Flom. Let's head over to Flom. Let's see what's Flom. I can't hear Flom, but I can read his chat. What's Flom doing? Heading over to Flom's chat. Def standing up now. Got a cup in his hand. It's pretty good. Okay. we're in? We're in Flom's chat. Lots of people saying nasty things to Flom.
Oh, that's kind of their thing. Yeah.
That's their thing. It's like the Apex thing.
Yeah.
Okay. It's Freakazoid's birthday today. Oh, it's also Slax's birthday.
Oh.
Was it Freakazoid's birthday yesterday?
So everyone's just having a birthday.
It's Slax's birthday, everybody. It was Tacitus's birthday as well from the coach of Fluxo. He didn't have the best time, but Slax is having a pretty good time.
He certainly is.
It is Freakazoid's birthday. He's turned 33.
What's going on with everyone just having a birthday?
I don't know. They come around once a year.
It's mad.
Kassad doesn't like celebrating them.
No, but he doesn't like much.
It's okay to be grumpy. Slax has turned 27 today, Alex. He was born in 1998.
Okay, a 90s baby. That's what I like to see. You know, it's good to see some 90s representation.
Wow, think about Nitro's kid, born in the year 2025.
Mad.
Nitro's kid could see 2100.
And I reckon we will have flying cars by then, right?
Damn, Nitro's kids.
Like, I know futurists, they thought the flying cars were coming a bit sooner.
Oh, they're on the way.
They're coming.
I feel them next 10 years.
Doesn't seem like it's kind of a priority, but don't know. Maybe I want like a hoverboard at least.
Okay, well that's Back to the Future that really think about that, didn't it?
Wouldn't mind a hoverboard. Like, you know, those like rental things where you can get a scooter, but I could just be zooming around the city on a hoverboard.
Sure, it does feel dangerous though, doesn't it? And then
no, because I feel like I'd be pretty good with the hover dynamics.
I've seen you on a scooter before, though, you know, right? And that was Starladder Berlin 2019.
It was.
We
and
went
I still
to hospital.
have the scar in 2025.
We went to hospital.
We did.
Yep. Do you think we'll go to hospital this time?
I hope not. You know, I feel like that might have just been like a one-time thing.
Hugo keeps trying to get me to go in the sauna, and I keep telling him I'm going to have a heart attack. So if he gets me in there, it could be me going to the hospital. Would you come?
Oh, of course,
Okay,
mate.
all right.
Yeah, I'd be right there. I'll be doing the play-by-play.
Okay, well, and now they've cracked open his ribcage, and...
oh, gosh. Oh, my God. What on earth happened?
Oh, it's gotten very graphic.
That's one hell of a sauna.
Someone says we have flying cars. They're called helicopters.
It doesn't have wheels, though, does it?
And those propellers would do a lot of killing.
Yeah, a lot of killing.
Very dangerous.
Not sure about helicopters. Helicopters kind of freak me out a bit.
Me too.
Yeah.
You ever been in a helicopter?
I think I'd remember, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, so I'll say no.
Okay, I've been in a couple.
Have you? Well, I think I'm cool. Planes are already a little bit freaky, aren't they?
True.
When they do
Especially with the turbulence.
When the turbulence starts getting a bit turbulent.
Kind of accepting your fate. We have some pilots who are staying in our hotel, and today I was at breakfast, and I just see a bunch of them out there just on the balcony at breakfast, just having a cigarette, looking outside. It's like rainy. Yeah, I'm just trying to think what they're thinking. Like, oh boys, it's going to be a tough takeoff.
Yeah, I mean, we have the luxury of our job not really being weather dependent. You know.
True.
Like our day isn't determined by whatever the.
That could be the next extreme sport. Counter-Strike outside.
I think that's been done.
Oh.
Attempted, not necessarily achieved, but
glare on the screen. The bane of our existence.
I mean, that would be cool. Play some Counter-Strike in the mountains. Set up your Starlink or whatever, so you can just game anywhere.
Someone said that their wife works as a nurse on a helicopter.
Works as a nurse on a.
That's what Jason's brother does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so you're just like because you're the response unit.
Yeah. So
you have to be there.
It would be terrible. You'd be responding to emergencies, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a fun job.
Certainly a whole lot more.
I think it'd be rewarding.
Yeah, rewarding than.
Also very grim. How is the caster's flight? Long, uncomfortable. Not long or uncomfortable.
No,
you and I flew directly in from London.
Yeah, but the turbulence did give me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies.
You only need like a 2-hour flight from London.
It was easy,
to
mate.
Budapest. I had no idea. I've never been here before.
No, this is a first for me too. Got plenty of time to explore.
What's going on here? Chev's given me a new IP. Okay, Chev.
Oh,
we've changed server. All right.
That's a good. Hang on.
Thank you, Chev. I won't read you the IP, Alex. I'll send you the IP on Steam.
Probably
Does that sound all right?
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. Well, I'm just punching in the digits. The crowd's still making some noise, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah, but right now, we're still live, so that's the difference from yesterday. My pick'ems are all right. I got FlyQuest 3. Oh, we're underway. Hold on a second.
Wait.
Never mind. Forget about my pick'ems. We're underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. Let's get the... Oh.
Cheeky.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of vision on the edge of the smoke to Sonic. Investing in that Desert Eagle. Has a pot shot. So the conversation kind of ends there as far as the second round is concerned. M80 won the pistol. For those of you joining back in, it was a very convincing A take.
I sent you the IP.
Thank you.
Well, this is perfect. We can take care of this during the eco. Go put it in the notepad document on the desktop for the other casters. Everything's great right now. Wonderful. Okay, just exotic. Last man to find. And he gets a kill for his troubles. Okay, Swisher goes down, but let's get into the guns. Sorry, everybody, about the delay, but we are back underway. We'll see if this one has any legs. If you've just been tuning into the Counter-Strike action, NRG versus M80 is a 2-0 game in the Swiss for Stage 1 of the Starladder Budapest Major. Winner of this will go on to Stage 2 to join likes of Astralis, Navi, etc., etc. We'll get to that later. Both of these teams, I wouldn't say were guaranteed not to be making it, but NRG with their coach playing, not in the conversation. Look at this pace out middle.
Yeah, straight away you see Swish getting towards the chair position.
And all 5 as well. So when you go for a call like this, the contingency is, well, if we get the space, great. If they want to fight us, we're all here to trade. So right now, this is a fantastic little start. So they can part lane top mid. They drop into mid smokes, and now they look to repause. George and Sonic float close towards ramp. Exotic playing from triple/ticket. Bro and Daps marooned on B. That's discussing that Daps is not part of the core fighting for mid. We'll see if they try and exploit him. George will be playing a block on the jiggles. Is the timing favorable?
Oh, George
Deep
might
smoke,
through
isn't it?
that. Yeah, how long that takes, and you can get ahead of it as well. Lake opens up onto Sonic from the mid side, and it just falls into place. A lovely pincer maneuver. Exotic just the one. Sin brings him down, and that should be the end of the round. Looks like Bro's a dead man walking. Oh, Quent Lake with the tap.
Well, they know where Daps should be, and he's going to hope to hold on to this. So a slow start to a non-starter to a, well, maybe this one won't even get started. This is looking likely clean conversion for the third.
Just half by, I'm gonna test this. Window, just 3, 2, 1 window, okay?
Alright, they're going to swing window, and Daps wants to half by. Get little nuggets of comms there, we'll piece together the rest. Exotic was the player there that, if not correctly traded with good space, he could have had a bit of a hard time, but Hex was happy with the flash work. As they jump out, they're going to test the waters of the underpass.
Oh, Sonic could be set for something here, and never mind, down the Molly Mac 10.
Stacks on B, so if they do opt for the B split, there is trouble. George is still down here, he's undetected.
Yeah, there's a real golden opportunity for the backstab, and he squandered it.
Detected now. Exotic adapts to find. Oh, and they are hitting hard right now. Maui was saying he's been impressed with Swish's form in terms of aim.
Oh, yeah.
Because I agree with the sentiment that I was surprised that it was Rek, the player, to get taken out of the team. I thought that he was doing a decent job in those anchor positions where Swisher maybe left a little bit more to be desired. Daps gets himself on the board early. But yeah, the way that Swish is performing right now, then you can understand that choice. And Hex joining the fray. So Daps will just look to see what else he can extrapolate from this round, but that'll be the next one on the board.
Yeah, and M80 are not playing, you know, silly games here. They're playing this one by the book. Not interested in giving Daps any sort of extra cash.
Okay, 4-0. Remember, they're also on a 12 in a row Mirage win streak. Nigeria are on a streak of their own in terms of matches. But I think that might be broken today, unfortunately. They're on an 11-match streak. 2 of those wins coming at the major so far. 1 against NIP, 1 against FaZe. Both with the coach, so...
Oh, betting partner.
That's the one. Here we go, here we go. Keeping it direct, keeping it simple. Going to execute into A. George is here on his lonesome. Sonic and Exotic investigating middle, and, well, they're going to have to part back quickly.
Oh, George has got a lot to do here. Hides out behind the triple box. Flash is layered nicely, and Lake just leaping to his demise. An immediate trade from Swisher. Sonic and Bro find themselves behind that smoke, not able to connect on these spams of the smoke. And So CT is now under M80 control.
Have a kid, they have U2, but they're all coming from the same direction, really, aren't they? Daps needs to make a way in through CT, but how's he meant to get through this?
Hex is going to burrow into that smoke.
Oh my god, look how stifling.
On the fade, nice catch. Exotic covers Daps. Pulls it into a 3 versus 4, and just like that, 3 on the floor. See you later.
All right, well, respect to M80. They are taking care of business right now.
You took off, Mike. I love you.
What?
I think he was just impressed that they retrieved the orb. Didn't have to spend his own money on it.
It's nice. Oh, well highlighted there with the flash work.
Yeah, good layering of that. You can see how limited George's options were.
Was that a team flash? I think it was, right? Because then they execute, so Sonic's flash landing above. Did it catch him as well? Either way. Oh, Exotic found Lake.
Just like that. Top mid D. Oh, Daps, that nade's got your name written all over it. Ouch.
You'd like to avoid losing a round like this, wouldn't you? So let's see. How do they scroll the way out of a disadvantaged situation? M80. Daps boosting up. We'll be able to hoover up a bit of space and give them a buffer over towards B. Hext and Swish not too far away to probe into this. Hext aware of the possibility. Slack still top mid with the AWP, and Sin just making sure nobody's pushing A. So they're hoping that there is more CT aggression on the menu to allow things to be drawn back into an equal playing field. There it is.
As easy as that. Yeah.
Curiosity killed the Daps.
Crosshair looks like it could be there for Exotic. Same for Bro. Missed shot though. They are committing. Bro's Deagle is connecting. Needs a second, can't finish his meal. Exotic can. Falling apart for M80 a little. Saved by Hex as a quick 2 comes through. It's Sonic coming in from the short side. A quick swing and a fine. Oh, hang on, a 1v1. Slacks goes down. George delivers. NRG gets something going before it spirals, despite Hex's best efforts.
Okay, well, it'll be a full by now. They'll be able to get Exotic the AWP. Everyone will be into their guns. Okay, going to set the AWP up for a pick towards A early, but just wants to go for the default. Does Sin. And understandably so, you don't need to do anything too crazy right now with the circumstances at hand. You go through the motions, what you practice, the theory that you discuss. Let's see if Lank's boost for Slacks can catch them here as we got now betting partner.
Oh, right between the two of them. Flash sets him up, Slacks gets away, so that boost they went for, not going to work out and pay off. Swisher in the Palace though, maybe trying to catch timings. Maui highlighting how effective he was at catching that moment of vulnerability on his Palace lurks. Rest of his team going to try and sell on or occupy middle here. Window smoke arriving, keeping it simple.
They might fight for mid. Sonic's still in con. Bro close short. I thought Exotic was going to start cheating over. He's just smoked over towards Apps to help out George. The flash is in middle, announcing presence, and the spam confirms it. So with a minute left on the clock, Swish has evacuated Palace. He'll join the rest of the team. The fact that he's gone over towards B apartments makes it feel like they want to go for a B split, but Exotic is already in market.
Nice little trick there to break just one side of the smoke to enable a clear.
If this is a B split, 2 players on short and 1 in market, this is looking like a very good setup right now for NRG to win their second.
Yeah, a bit of a solid read. Hex coming in from under, might try and clear him out, but Bro gets out of the line of fire. Steps are heard, information relayed. Swisher will have been hearing all of that. Sonic under scrutiny. Hex has opened him up. That might cause a pivot. Lake finds another. Bro goes down. Daps. He's going to get swung on. We'll see the trade from Sin. No, Swish beats him to it. Nope, empty-handed. Exotic unable to get anything going with his AWP.
It's tough because the setup looks so good. Right, they felt like they were in the perfect position to deal with that. Then they backpedaled. They lose the opening kill over towards Connector. That forces the setup to rejig. Exotic having to back off, say, we've already got 2 on B. You don't need me here as well. And at that point, it all just falls apart. So George just looking to save, back into the winning ways for M80. And they can smell stage 2 now. Not only do they get another whole stage worth of play, if they continue in this fashion, they get a couple of extra days off, right? They get 2 more days off plus the media day. So that's 3 days until they'll have to get back in. More time to acclimatize, more time to practice. And the other factor is you don't have to show too much of your map pool. You've played Mirage 3 times. You've only played one other map, and that was Dust 2. So you haven't had to show what the rest of your map pool looks like, and that's solid for M80. You can work on more gimmicks, you can even come up with new stuff on the maps that you have played. Because you would imagine if you're going up against opponents in Stage 2 and they've gone, okay, these guys have got a Mirage, maybe let's not play them on Mirage. You're going to need something else in your back pocket to be able to turn to as a comfort map.
Yeah, I think people will just be using that best of 5 as an understanding of where the other maps lie. It was over in Fragadelphia just before their arrival here. It was a head-to-head between these two teams, and a reverse sweep to convert it.
Yeah, there's a certain level of Counter-Strike that it's very reductive and it's hard to put your finger on, and I just kind of boil it down to confidence. And the way you distill that is you're talking about the conviction that players have with their swings, or the trust that they have in their in-game leader's call, and the fact that you're not missing those beats and you're not doubting, you're going with the moment. That makes the big difference, right? So if teams can find confidence early, like FlyQuest will have done, and hopefully M80 will continue to do right now, that could have real ramifications going into the next stage, where there's quite a few names who are already there in question.
I'm curious actually to see what this play is. The fact that Lake's gone for a very quick walk, partners up with Hex towards B. George has gone for a more aggressive CT stance towards middle. And already they're just jumping at him. Oh, brutal! A flying Mac 10 and the B site's theirs. He's gonna molly it? That would be the round. I think they have to save this M4. Just as easy as that, M80. Damn, it's just getting better and better the more you see it. You'd think at this point, you know, Mirage, a map that you've not only demonstrated your prowess on, you'd think maybe it gets a bit stale, you know, maybe you start running dry on ideas, but there's just constant variety. We've only seen, you know, a half of play, but it's been all over the shop.
Yeah, and they're locked in as well, so this is really good stuff. There will be another buy round into the next, so they've obviously only brought in a couple of guns to this one, making sure with the loss bonus they will have enough to go for the buy. But this is it doesn't feel brutal, it feels precise, and that's what's making it harder to watch, because it's not like it's clobber in time and they roll and it's bat round over. It's, you know, they're outmaneuvering, the executes look good, the details are there, doing a very good job.
Just drop yours.
And looking calm. Understandably so. You've already won out the half. It's about how much more damage can you do. So there's Mac 10 in the hands of Lake. So what are they going to try and get up to with this? Oh, I think the odds kind of tell the whole story right there.
Yeah.
Bludgeoning.
Bearing in mind, FaZe lost to NRG.
Yeah, what does that say? I understand best of ones, right? Don't get me wrong.
We just watched M80 throw them around us too.
Yeah, exactly. Another B go.
Same again. Oh, it's horrible. You're flashed, you're in there, one of your teammates telling you got to move, you do make the move, and you just burn 100 to 0. Something from Bro on the short side. Lake can get up a long range, but Exotic catches it. They know where you are, running on out. It's a bit helpless. You can see just chaos caused by the rush into the B site, leaves nothing.
These are one of those games, if you're George, especially if they continue to attack this B bomb site a lot, your entire game is retake simulator, and when the majority of your team is dead, you can't even get there in time. You're not even in the game. They won round for them by coming in clutch from short, but that's it. It's like time and time again. It's the same thing with your B anchor, right? If your mid controller is not getting the job done, and your A player's being overrun, and every time it's like, okay, so wait, you want me to go through vent room? We've lost jungle. You want me to go through CT? And they could be ticket, they could be up close triple, they're playing default, they're on the balcony, they're under. It's like, mate, how am I meant to even get back into this round? And those are the details that are less spoken about within the realms of Counter-Strike. But this is why when you focus in for Daps in this situation, again, coach, your anchor needs one, right? And you get that one, and then your short player gets another, and then trade. You've got a conversation. But when you're stuck with a flash in your face, some fire on your feet.
And I can peek B or something. We need some like advanced info, like taking a ramp or like. Let's do mouse A, and the goal is this round. This is Mason. This is the round, okay?
Is it good? So much. We're maybe getting more juice than we should be, but either way, right? Daps is correct. We need some info towards B. We can't be getting executed on, so you're either jumping through underpass, you're boosting up an AWP on a line, you're boosting up someone to be aggressive. Looks like George wants to fight towards like close ramp and balcony as well. We're doing mouse A. And the goal is. We didn't quite get there, but I imagine it's to win the round.
Yeah, but I'm more curious about Mason. This is the round. Ooh, what does that mean? The round where you pop off, perhaps? Let's find out.
I can see it now. Swish and Hex doing their best Jimmy and Spinks. Lake's doing his exertion. Sin's doing Brolin. Slacks is doing Torji. Oh, there he is.
Gets his opener, delivers, and then during that opening, during the attention draw and grab from mid, Swish gets himself to CT. How is he in CT already, bros? Can't believe it. Cheeky M80 have taken the side. And of course, if you're George, you know, you feel like you've got your pants around your ankles here.
Never in the right place.
Oh, they've hit my bomb site now, have they?
Sorry, everyone.
Sick one. And Sin's going to shoot him in the back of the head if Exotic doesn't cover. He can't.
Oh, even baiting it out.
No! Damn, M80 looked great. This is Counter-Strike being played at its best. Really impressive. Just, I mean, I love seeing this, like, not over-swinging, not going for the 50-50 when you don't need to. Gets his opener. That's enough to start the house of cards. George, you can see, pulled into middle after all that hubbub. And I mean, Swisher was already in CT by the time that frag came through. Bro went down. You can see the Hex finding one out Palace. So, yeah, just masterful. Nice! Cheeky from Hex through the smoke to close it.
Oh, they're having fun now.
This will be the 13th consecutive Mirage win. M80 definitely got a home turf. So does Sonic. Spams through the smoke. Hex removing Exotic, and there's already a lot going on B. In fact, the bomb is the problem. Doesn't matter if you kill them all. Sin, a 1v2 for him in middle. He just takes them both. In the meantime, yeah, your sight's lost. Dabs goes looking for him. Might find the M4 upgrade.
What can you say about this one?
Not much. You can say that the team with all 5 of their active roster are winning.
Yeah, and we know that they want a revenge right from that best-of-5 final. I think this one still counts.
Oh, yeah. This is at the Major. And, they could have 3 of their core. It would be
right, yeah.
Would count.
And considering, you know, you just flick through the players who are in this M80 roster, for a few of them, this is their 3rd Major. So there's not a lot of outings, a lot of nods, a lot of cap wears to an event of this caliber. So being able to progress from stage 1 to stage 2, that's a win within itself.
It's also going to prove very affirming for Hex and his decisions to leave and move over to M80. Seems crazy to me that he's only been in the M80 roster for 4 months.
Yeah, there's a few teams that have only made changes this side of the season, right? That just shows you how quick things have come to head in the second half of 2025.
This one be? Will they find 11? Looks like it's going to be a little Palace pop. Swisher investigates. Sonic's going to be throwing a block smoke. Is that what they were waiting for, though? Is that their go sign?
Go, yeah. Here they come.
Oh, down he goes.
Well, is there more to follow? Swish, is he on his own? Traditionally resides. And I think they can call it off now that you've been able to find yourself in this 4v4. You're looking for 11 on the half. You're talking about Hex. They benched him. So this is going to feel like more sweet revenge for him. Found himself on M80, and they're looking more hot to trot to close out the year. M80 trying to return to some of their successes of 2024, or at least highlights of 2024. But this would be a great boon for the confidence. Contact out ramp, contact out Palace, and an A fight on its way. Oh, not contact, util. Very meta util set there. Stairs molly, covering smoke, and away they go.
Straight into the side. Exotic will scarp her over to try and lend a hand. Lake flashed in. Perfect flash. Good cover. That's what you want from Exotic. There's George as well. Pips him at the post, and now a man advantage for this retake, just to end with something to your name. Hext anticipating that jump up, doesn't want to play first, and Slax is only just now arriving on the Palace side. Anticipating that clear, George goes wide, does provide. Missed shot from Slax, they know exactly where you are. Yeah, you'll just sit the defuse at this point, you're locked in. Defuse secure, no scope sure, but it's not gonna happen. 2 till 10. MAT just 3 rounds away from the second stage of competition. MAT within touching distance now, they can almost say it's theirs. A 10-2 half, looking to extend themselves to a 13th consecutive Mirage win, and it would be a big win by securing themselves a spot in stage 2 of the Starladder Budapest Major.
We're underway with the pistol round of the second half, and they're going to need something to try and get this going, NRG. I don't know how much hope and belief you can have. You won the pistol second half of map number 1, sure, and there was moments, but then Swish's Deagle happened, so even if you're able to wear in with a couple, it's going to need to be more than that. So I think it's selling an A fake.
They're not particularly convinced. Lake's confirmed it as well as he hears the audible. A nice shot from Hex to set him up for success, and they've just got too many pistols, too many bullets. Spam them down. You can't split B when you've only got 1 prong coming in from the abs. And this guy trying to sell the fake, didn't last long either. Sonic gets caught out. Sin taps him down.
Sit on that bomb, right? You know he has to come to you. As long as you've got some potent crossfires and team play set up, there really should be no way. Bro knows that is the murder hole.
Bit of an anti, it feels like. I mean, who starts 2 dual Berettas on short?
Yeah, I guess for a B play, you can get them as they're jumping out of the window, so like how versatile can it be? But that fake, it just nobody will find it. Sin bullet between the eyes, and that should be that. 11-2. And your choice right now is Daps's to force out the rest of the game, or take an eco, you give over 12, and then you have to battle back in to win 10 consecutive rounds. Have fun with that.
Yeah. The force also is like such a meek one. You didn't get any kills or like anything going, right? Like what are you supposed to buy with 1 extra $300? It's Tech 9s, a couple of Deagles, and a Dream. NRG. They've got 2 of the 3 wins required, but the third one has to be found in a best of 3, and their first challenge has proved a little too much to handle. So far, we haven't seen evidence that MAT are going to be tripping over their shoelaces. The same same conversation we were having about FlyQuest.
Yeah,
you know?
they're looking dialed in, and at this point, right, it's just about taking care of business. So nobody going aggressive and just trying to get the job done. It's still, that's practice what we have preached all throughout getting us to this point. You look at Last TV Austin, right, home turf for a few of these guys. And
nice shot.
Not bad. Isn't going to get anything else for his troubles. The rest of them are going to be set up going towards A. Sins here, Slacks and Lake rotating over as well. So the cavalry has arrived to defend this site.
Nice shot as well, just over the top of the box.
George is close.
Head, and Bro's just trying to bait him in so that George can find the kill. George suffering, struggling, and Sin is somehow still alive. How does he not go down after all of that? 3 kills from him, 12 in the bag. 1 single round is all they need.
Yeah, and returning to the last major for M80, they were able to win, I think, 1 game, right? So
yes,
they had something to their name. But here, I understand it's stage 1. Last time they started in stage 2. This is going to be a nice little confidence builder, right? You come in, a bit of a yawn there to the camera from Lake. It's a walk in the park, is it, mate? Well, yeah, I didn't think you thought winning your games would net you a matchup against NRG with their coach standing in, but either way, this is likely to be the final rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about the American Counter-Strike. You know, they may not always have the best players, but they got the best banter. Lake with a double kill. Oh, it's just too quick. Too easy.
Two are locked in, and they're going to be joining the likes of your Astralis of the world, Aurora, Liquid, Navi, 3D Max Passion, Tyloo, MIVR. M80 join that list, and they'll be happy with that. They just played really structured Counter-Strike. They took care of business. It didn't matter that there was a coach in the mix. And a bit of revenge, regardless of the circumstance. A long walk to the other end of the LAN hall.
MAT find themselves going through to stage 2 in style, a 3-0 and a comfortable matchup for you here playing against NRG. Obviously, you played them not too long ago in a best-of-5 final. They did reverse sweep you, so I know it's just with Dabs playing on Nitro, but you felt like you needed to get the revenge in a confident way?
I mean, of course. We played the same 2 maps this last time we played them, and they kind of went the same fashion. So we came this match like extra energy, extra like motivation to really like show that we're the better team here. Obviously, they don't have their full lineup, but we saw a pretty good performance from us today.
I think a very good performance across so far this stage of the major, but I want to ask you, a lot of your team were telling me the boot camp you just had wasn't so good, but yet actually here you perform well. So how does that work out?
I mean, you have to make mistakes, right, to get better. So like when we were watching these rounds in review at boot camp, we're like throwing 5v3s left and right. And then we come here and so far so good. But Def made a joke even saying that like if we have a bad boot camp, we play better. So good thing.
So you need to play bad at boot camp to play well. Stiko, would you agree with that?
It happens. Sometimes it's a curse itself. But I want to see your uptick in the performance lately, and I want to credit it a little bit. We've spoken a bit. You started aim training, right?
I mean, a little bit here and there, a little bit of aim labs.
All right, so this is something that I want to talk to our viewers as well, because this is not something a lot of players do, but how would you set it? Do you think it actually helps you in terms of confidence, or do you see actual tangible results?
I mean, obviously I'm playing well, but I can't necessarily contribute to the aim training at all. I think, to be honest, the most important thing is just confidence, and then like when you're confidently peeking, confidently aiming, and just everything like that, you're more likely to just kill people.
All right, so you said that it was a terrible boot camp, or worst bootcamp. Was it in terms of the results, or did you have internal fights, or what is it? Is there something along the lines there?
No, we didn't have any fights. We just started rough like early on. We hadn't been in Europe in a couple weeks, so like it was a little bit of a catch up. We were focusing on, at least early on in the bootcamp, a lot of our weaker maps. So obviously there was some struggling results, but then towards the end we had better results. And there was no fighting or anything like that, just bad results, to be honest.
What a bounce back, 3-0 start. Good luck further.
And I got to ask you, Swisher, we saw you guys at London, right, make it to a big playoff stage, and I know that didn't go the way you wanted, but you showed some positive signs, some positive results. After that, though, from the other European events, things did really start to slow down. So was it like a case of you went back to America, you could dominate there basically in most events, but then was there something hugely that you noticed was a change or something different that happened in order to connect like this now at the major?
I mean, I don't know. We just kind of like went into this like discussing, going like, hey, like last time at the Austin Major, we see Stage 1 teams like Legacy play really well, and then they just use that momentum to go on. Yeah. So we're like, we didn't even think that like starting Stage 1 is a bad thing. We kind of treat it as almost as a good thing. That like we can get our wins in here, get our momentum, and then take that forward.
That's a really positive mentality. So I'm guessing you're thinking for Stage 2. You've got that momentum now. You've gone 3-0 here. Confidence is sky high. Tell me about it.
Yeah, of course. We're excited to play all these teams. I think everybody's beatable right now, except for maybe like the top 1, top 3-ish. But everybody's beatable, especially in best of ones, right? So we're excited for those.
Well, I'm very excited to see you in that stage. Anything you want to say to all the North American fans out there who are supporting right now and seeing some North American success come to the stage?
Appreciate the support as always. NA, we're trying to make it great again because it sucks. It really, really sucks. But keep playing, keep training, and put in the work to watch demos, to be honest.
Well, I love those words, and I'll add to it, right? If NA sucks right now, these guys are the ones to look at for the future, look at players who might be aspiring to come into this level, and they should be looking to say, okay, look, they're doing it, we can do it. We need the next generation of North American talent. Good stuff, Swisher. Thank you very much.
It really, really sucks, but they're trying to make it great again. Can they succeed? That is the question. They got Stage 2 to see if they can, Maui.
Of course, not signaling political leanings with that statement.
It's not at all what I was trying to do. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he caught himself mid-sentence there. Not going to expand upon that one at all. Happy to see M80 actually make it through, though. Didn't expect the 3-0. I feel like they were probably themselves were a little bit surprised at the 2-0 matchup. But I think the wins versus Bait, the wins versus Paravision, that inspires me with a lot of confidence moving forward for this team because they can rely on their Mirage. It is deadly.
Yeah, I mean, they look confident, as you say, and a lot of players on different positions are performing well. I think for NRG's side, you know, the honeymoon period is kind of over with Dabs, and they're going to get a little bit of a reality check now. They need to go back to the drawing board because there's going to be very, very tough matches on the cusp for them, because going 2-0, you're essentially only going to get the best teams available from this point onwards, so they really need to, you know, get their game back going.
Do they have enough in the tank with Daps as the standard to be able to get through this stage? Because I do think the best of threes, as we've just seen, is where their shortcomings are shown.
I think one unfortunate thing is that NRG played M80. There's two teams that know each other so well that, you know, cutting half your playbook and playing a team that knows that half of the playbook doesn't really leave you with that many options when you go down in matches. So that kind of just gave M80, you know, a clear-cut chance to just read them really well, you know, and obviously we talked about the individuals being better part for part against NRG, especially now with Daps. So I think it's unfortunate. I think they still might be able to surprise a couple of teams, but yeah, this wasn't it.
Do you think that they have what it takes to get through this stage with the stand-in?
With NRG right now, I think that the 2-0 is a huge blessing, but also it's going to feel so bittersweet if they walk away 2-3. I don't really know, looking at the simulator, exactly who they're going to play as clearly as I did Fluxo, which is why I made a bold claim about them crashing out. So I'm not really certain, because the style of play that got them into this situation was great. I mean, taking down a FaZe clan is not something that most teams can really attest to, except for, sure, lately the FaZe form's a little wonky, but I still think that with the way that Daps wants to call and the way that he wants to make live reads against teams, a lot of these teams in Stage 1 are going to be behind him on the ball when it comes to him processing. They're going for a default. He's going to call for the right mid-round, and as long as his players can execute his vision, there's still a solid chance that they can find one upset victory.
Yeah, but the problem is, as you know, when you mid-round call and you haven't had set strats or utilities set for the players and everyone knows them, sometimes you leave yourself with limited options. Maybe you wanted a call, but you can't really execute the idea as you wanted because of lack of practice. And I think that's kind of what NRG went through in this game. And it's unfortunate, you know, and hopefully they can go back to the drawing board, fix some of those things that maybe feels like I really wanted to do this round. Let's make sure that we can in the next game.
We'll obviously have a chance to see NRG tomorrow and in the upcoming days. M80 though, we're not going to see them till stage 2 because here they are. Who would have thought at the end of today we'd be talking about M80 from North America, making Counter-Strike great again there, and FlyQuest from Australia. These are the two teams that have already kickstarted their major journey. That's mental. Those are not names you would expect, but this is what I kind of love about the major. It's anyone's opportunity.
Both their performances have been brilliant so far. I would almost in a funny way want to just see them clash because I feel like they both were just blowing teams out of the water. I was so shocked at the form that both of these teams have come into the tournament with, and kind of from different sides. I think that for the FlyQuest side, they had, of all of the teams entering stage 1, the least maps played for the past 3 months. So I thought, they're not warmed up, they're not ready for this, they're gonna get blown out again. That's why I didn't even have them making it through my pick'ems. M80 on the other hand, it's kind of I did have them making it through, but I thought it was going to be like right on the cusp. So for people like Lake to perform as well as he did, for Swisher, I know he said that he doesn't think that the aim training is necessarily the reason, but dude, his aim is so crisp right now. It really looks good.
Okay, so let's take a look now, obviously, at today's matches. It kind of gives us an opportunity to see where we are. 2 teams through to stage 2. One team already on, probably not on the flight home just yet, but it's coming, Rare Adam. And then, of course, the Huns and Lin Vision still going at it. That's going to go to a third map, potentially, to see who of those two teams is going home.
Nightmare for pick'ems. That Huns are already up in the series. Very selfish, but of course, a lot of people are in this position in terms of viewers of the major that they thought that Huns were going to be one of the teams to crash out 0-3. And so Lin Vision right now, kind of on a nightmare run for themselves, not finding the form that we saw from Austin. We're not getting the pop-offs from people like Amelia. I thought Gum was going to be coming in with way more game plans to anti-strat some of their opponents, but who knows? I mean, I feel like I don't know what happened between then and now to make Lin Vision look as weak as they are.
Yeah, and surprising game for me is Paravision losing to Bait. I think a lot of people would favor Paravision in that matchup. Bait looked a little bit shaky, but fortunately for Paravision, too many rookies in one team coming here at stage 1.
No one concerned about the fact that FaZe is going to be fighting for their life at the major? FaZe, what the hell? Like, they could lose tomorrow or maybe the next day whenever they're going to play, and that's it. They're out.
Yeah, I mean, it is shocking, especially with the experience that they have. But yeah, I don't really know what to say about it. There's so many things that's gone wrong for them. The individuals, they shy away from duels. They're not taking the space. They look like the team on the back foot pretty much all of the games that I've seen. So yeah, something needs to happen, and something needs to happen quick for them to kind of turn this around. I do think best of 3 scenarios will definitely favor them, and you know, best of 1s, everything can happen, right?
Some people are saying, what's the point of stage 1? These teams are so bad. It's for teams like FaZe to have rough roads. It's to build a storyline here, because we all are going to watch every single game as close as we possibly can. We all want to know, does Brokey get another chance? Does he find redemption? Because right now it is looking horrible for him.
I just want to remind everyone of the Shanghai Major Grand Finals. FaZe, that major, we also all had giant question marks and we're like, what is wrong with this team? And they pushed it all the way through, and we spoke about FaZe Magic. But Magic runs out, man. Magic runs out. We're going to find out if FaZe's Magics run out tomorrow. We're going to find out lots of stuff that's going on. But before we do that, I just want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, X-Play, Monster, Blacklight, bringing you all the action, and of course everyone behind the scenes at Starladder, making sure we get to watch all this incredible Counter-Strike. You can keep watching the incredible Counter-Strike, because like I mentioned, the Huns versus Lin Vision over on the B stream. We're going to say goodbye from here, but I would like to direct you there to see who will be going home, and we'll see you tomorrow.